Yo, 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 yo. Hello, hello, hello. Uh, since I have beaten the DLC, and actually there was a kind of like a patch versus the version 1.12.4 that actually messed up my Steam writing. You can usually like my game updates. There is like this pesky bug that's called disk write error that is just I have to like reinstall all the game and stuff. So it was kind of rough to set it up from the ground, but like in the meantime, since I can read like all the spoilers, all the memes, and all the DLC stuff that have been sprouting from the communities and internet, that I have found something that I have missed from my DLC run. I thought I was being exploring kind of thoroughly about the first area and the last area and all of the other areas, but most of the things that I have missed was kind of the obvious ones, or someone was kind of like my choice regarding NPCs that kind of locked up the progress and discovery about some route and items. So today I like to have some DLC retrospective versus and some hindsight that I should have done, or is there something I wanted to get but I couldn't. And I want to talk about something that I really didn't thought of that have existed. Yeah, so this will be the first half, maybe if I feel not sleepy enough. The first half will be me going through all of the memorable places in my opinion, and talk about some retrospective about the boss and discoveries and explorations and things about I missed too. Right, so voice haven't been fully recovered yet, so it might be sound a little thinner this time, cause I think it's gonna bring me back, but it's still a bit hoarse. So apologies if that's something that would bother you. Right then, I have been talking to myself this whole time. For Christ's sake. Right, so then I have to start from the beginning. Thanks for telling me though. Like, okay, I muted that one thinking it was my BGM. For Christ's sake. So I haven't talking anything from the start. Right, then. Okay, where should I start this stream? I will dedicate myself to going into the memorable areas of the Shadow Realm, the Deers area, and talking about in retrospective, what could I have been better, or in retrospective, was I right about speculation of the lore, or about what should I have done, or some discoveries I missed, and a new discovery I have gleaned from the internet since I'm spoiler free. So yeah. So the first one I was actually explaining was about how to call this tree, the shadow tree. It is called the Scadu tree, the SCADU tree in like written form. Scadu tree, so people were calling like Scadu tree, Scudu tree, but it was actually like an old English, like this one, jail. It is written as GAOL, but in read as jail. So this one is almost the same as using old English by the FromSoft. So it was literally a shadow tree. It is read as a shadow tree, and it means shadow in old English. So this is a shadow tree. So for the entirety of the playthrough, I thought the Shadow Realm is some kind of another dimension. Like if you see one of the Marvel movies or any kind of like animes, you see about some like another dimension that you can like go into, right? Like pocket dimension, mirror dimensions. I thought it was like those of like rogue dimension. But this one, the suppressing villa, the lower entry, it is fairly easy to access from like a first area. That it actually like reads the very center of the lens between all manners of deaths wash up here, only to be suppressed. So the Shadow Realm, for what I have gleaned and learned, is that it's kind of hell, you know, like in Christianity, like hell, and like nether, or where all of the death dwells. Or when the lens between is like a normal world, the shadow realm is kind of where the death dwells. So that was like the fundamentally wrong thing I was thinking about this DLC. So yes, that was my first mistake about going into this DLC. Yeah. And the first saying about the first area, it was kinda really fun to think about how the Leda, the main character that want to like serve Michaela so bad that she kinda becomes bloodlusted in jealousy and jealous religions about Michaela. So I think it was kind of right that I speculated that let's move to the location I gleamed at my first playthrough. But first, I think we can change into the Leda's attire, which is based on the Oathseeker, the followers of Michaela. that if you see the item description of the Reda sword, it is said as though polished to a mirror sheen, this blade still leaks with a stench of crusted blood that lingers from the call of her nightly comrades. So whenever there is some kind of this communication between her ideal about Mikela, she just executed her comrade, the knights, or anyone that dares to like go against Mikela in her own translations of Mikela's word. So like mad jealousy. So the thing about this All-Seeker's armor is that you can grab it from here, the hidden pass that is kinda... Okay, I have to deal with that one first. Right, so the way you can get the original All-Seeker armor that is not Leather's armor is from here. You can get from this corpse. And this area is like literally the first area you stumbled in after you touch the Mikela's arm from the Mox area. So most likely there is someone is devoted to Mikela would like watch over you in this area. But because Leda didn't trust it and couldn't trust it you or the one who are overwatching you, so this corpse being here is kinda ominous if you think about the Leda's implication about killing like allies and foes equally, if that is wrong to her idols to Mikela. So yes, that was kinda neat discovery about Mikela and the Little Light Leda. Okay, and one thing I really missed about playing the DLC is that how should I put it? If you... this is likely your like second grace after getting your first, and like Tree Sentinels, there is a field boss that is lurking nearby that is called a golem, the fire golems. And what I missed from this fire golem is one of the unique mechanics of... how should I put it? One of the unique mechanics of the DLC. Just like the Ultra Avatars and also the Tree Spirit gives you cracked tears, the Giants are supposed to give you a cracked tears that is unique to this DLC. So let's just put on random measure verbs so I can deal some physical damage. So yes, and this one, the first one, I didn't try to kill because I was like cowardice. Okay, you have to stance back this one like 3 times to make it fall. So you can have like critical hits to kind of shave off. It's helpful because it's like massive and cannot be like flat. Right. So it toppled. That means... Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, here. Right, so basically every golems kind of follow these examples. Where you have to stance break them like 4 times and they topples and you have to do a critical hit riposte to deal a massive damage. Right, so if you defeat them, you from the like first area, you get deflecting heart here. And this one was the mechanic. How should I put it? This is basically bringing the perfect fairy, like perfect block mechanics from like SACHIKO and other games from into this one. So where was it? Yeah. Enhances spontaneous god in mixed physics. So if there's like drinking a physic gives you like 3 minute-ish duration of the buff, and while those buffs are going, every weapon, it is like two-handed or not, have like a god move, right? Whether you have like greatsword or yeah, if you two-hand the weapon you can like god, right? So if you are let's go to the gate front ruin for a second. Usually if you are using a shield, a god counter is a mechanic that you can... I think I can show that first. Right. So if like a normal god counter should be like... Okay, this is like 1-ish attack that you can get from like guarding and just reacting to the guard attack. That is like only way to do it for just now. But if you use the deflecting heart here, And if you like got it, you can also trigger it by deflecting some of the attacks from like normal weapons. I'm kinda like suck at doing this, but yes, it basically negates the damage you can get from, yeah. Okay, it would be a bit easier if there is like less enemy. Okay, so there should be like a sound cue about like ching that goes like, let's see, if this one doesn't attack and okay, this one was a hit, but okay, this one is ching, the sound of like blocking the attack, and you can do a guard counter by not having a shield and completely negate the first hit. So this one is kind of new mechanic that only available for like 3 minutes, that completely missed by me because I was too cowardish to go against the fire golems. So yeah. Someone is saying that by utilizing this effect parry-ish mechanic that's from like Sekiro, they would say they say it's kinda completely changed how you play the game. I have heard. Yeah. So not only like shield builds, but even like the backhand blade have like guard mechanics as of now. Yeah, and you can like do like a devastating blow by just being able to read the enemy's attack and blocking them. Okay, this one was, yeah, like this one. So this one is actually the mechanic I should have like gotten very early if I wasn't powered to like beat on the fire golems. I should have like tried because I didn't know about like the stance break mechanics. And obviously I kinda suck because I haven't played like Sekiro and other like parry builds, but I think it's kinda still fun to try it out in remains of the bosses in the base game. Yeah. So I'm really like lamenting over missing this mechanic because it is really fun mechanic. I feel like even without your shield, but without your weapon out, like able to read like the attacks from the enemy and can riposte them without having your damage taken. I should have like, yeah, people are kind of comparing this mechanic to Sekiro, but I haven't played Sekiro ever. Like, yep. So that one was kind of really sad moment that I couldn't experience throughout the game just because I kind of chickened out by not doing the first one, the field boss. So maybe it is kind of rewarding to go to the field boss, like people usually do with tree sentinels and stuff. It is a thing that is awarded to people who risk in the early games. But I choose to explore, and that was kinda sad, I think, that I couldn't able to get this one. And there should be like 8 other golems that around the areas that kind of drops. Like, one thing I heard about is that the like upgrade of the tier that I'm using, the stamina tier. Okay, this one is temporary boost the stamina recovery speed, but I heard that one of the hard tiers from the golems completely negates the stamina loss, like the any kind of like stamina loss. So it can be useful for like a fast weapons, or like very useful to like block weapons for the durations. So that was thing I really sad that I have missed. Yep. Alright. Next topic. Yeah. This one was kinda obvious, but this is also about the fire golems, where this one, the ruins of Unt. If you want to have access into the ruins of Unt, you kinda have to wake that giant up by throwing, where was it? This one, hefty furnace pot or hefty fire pot into their head. But I found out from the others that it is actually one way of killing the fire giants, the fire golems, by throwing a pot inside their head from like upper side. So that was what the messages I have read from like higher ground from the golems, like try troubles. And so I was thinking that it was like, are they telling me to use like a bow or like cookeries or like throwing pots? But partially they was right, but I was misinterpreted a bit. So the secret from that video was called fighting fire with fire. So that means you can, like, I don't know, burn out the flames from that one, so it deals like massive damage. So yeah, that one was another fun detail that I have experienced from doing the quests, like going inside of these ruins. But also the thing I completely missed. Yeah. And speaking about missed, there is a weapon class that, okay, I didn't bring that one. I really don't know what is like referencing this to, but in this Ruins of Unt, I discovered this sword. The sword named Stone-Sheathed Sword. Sheathed Sword. Okay. So I was like looking this item and like think, it is kind of interesting. This is a sword, but doing a strike, which is like blunt damage to like armored people. So maybe this one was just like a sword users who want to do a strike damage, like a mace or a whip. But the one secret I kind of missed is that there is 2 types of altars in this game, where if you present this sword, oh Jesus Christ, Okay, focus on the name of the stone-sheathed sword. That means it is like sheathed with stone. That means in like normal means you can like cannot like unsheath its weapons, right? Because it is sheathed by a very, how should I put it, a sturdy material. But that was kind of the reason why it was stone sheathed. Okay, was it not this one? Yeah, this one is where I get the sword. But I think if you go to some altars of light and altars of darkness, which I will finding the location real soon. Okay, once I get this one, I can either transform this into sort of light and sort of darkness. Okay, so altar of darkness. How should I get to the altar of darkness? The forklift catacombs. Okay, let's go to the forklift catacombs. I really thought this was just the neat little dungeons, but apparently you can change this weapon into a new type of weapon you can create, use. I really don't know what it's like. Represented too. And let's see, I can find a way into the altar of darkness. Right. And it starts from the elevator. Wait, so that was alright. Okay. So you can get from the one from like a fog that catacombs. And the guide suggests that you can change this one into sort of light. From altar you can find from here. I do not know why you cannot change. Is there a specific things you can trigger? Interesting. Maybe I cannot use it while it is aggroing me. So that means... I do not know why it is not activating from me. Right, it is time to Google something. Elden Ring, Sword of Darkness. So you can only have like one type of this weapon, Sword of Darkness or Sword of Light. Yeah, this should be the location of Altar of Dark, right? Interesting. So we should have this altar activated. So maybe I'm thinking this one is alive? Is that the way? Right, so I wasn't prepared enough. Right, any weapon that is upgrade deals kind of posture damage. Let's see. Unfortunately, I have changed into my dexterity field. Maybe this one. And I kinda want to try the funny spot trick. Right. Are those two? Right, so I should be able to draw this pot while it's down. Okay. I think not when it was down, but when it was like healthy. Is it? It's annoying boss for sure. Yeah. Two. Two. One. Two. I think the message must be from the last boss, where I messaged, I did it. So I think Okay, I was kinda joyful that my message was appraised, but this was it's like too damn time consuming. If I ever had like more sense damage doing weapons, they should be. I heard like wild strike from like X is pretty useful since it does like a lot of poise damage. And Naginata isn't known for doing poise damage, so that's two. One. Two. Okay, I choose like the wrong thing to meddle with. Right. Okay. Since I have 20 strengths, I think I can wield my Lightlighter's Glaive. 26 strengths. I should have choose the another topic first. But since I determined to do this, there is no other way now. This one. Also, I think Naginata is doing like more damage. I really hate inputting on Elden Ring. That's one. That's two. blood-sucking cracked tear. I have to check on that. But does it mean the altar is activated? Please? No. Okay, it seems not. Let's try reloading once again. Oh yeah, since while we are loading, there was like interesting a bit of lore that about the cracked tears. That okay, whatever reason, this one seems not to be activated. Did I really miss something, or like it cannot be done after you beat the final boss? Is it? So yeah, this one should be the Art of Shadow that should transform this sword into a sword of darkness. And you can either change it into sword of light and darkness, but you can have only one in one playthrough. So if I wanted to build sword of darkness and sword of light, we have to like go to NG plus. Yeah. That is kinda sad that I couldn't get that one. Right, so about the golems and hardened tears, there is actually a theory or speculations about since this fire giant, right? Okay, blood-sucking creature. Enhance attacks at the cost of HP in mixed physics. So yeah, those tears are like the sap of our tree that is coagulated and how should I put it? Crystallized. Yeah, crystallized because of the like tree sap. That is why the tree avatar and the already tree spirits are dropping those because those creatures are born of our tree. But then there is a theory about this one. This golem's fire is actually kind of fueled by shadow tree. That means by using like branches or like blocks of the shadow tree, that they kind of crystallized itself while doing all sort of like crusade against the people, and in result of that they kind of crystallized and coagulated inside these golems. That is one thing people kind of speculate about. It is can be just like a game decisions to make these golems drop tears, but to add those kind of context, because this was of like machine of war that is used against the people, maybe the little bit of grace that left in the corpses that kept burned inside these furnace golems kinda melted and coagulated and crystallized into those tears that have like very tantalizing effect, if you ask me, like having like HP drained while you are attacking, so you can have like more higher attacks. Yeah, so that can, I think I can segue into what this furnace golem is trying to achieve. The one thing I completely missed about the lore of Shadow Realm is that how should I put it? Ascension, technically. Right. If you finish the I mentioned that the Shadow Realm is kind of like hell, right? Hellscape, or some kind of unholy place where the death and the thing that is born from death and also like ailments and ailments dwells. But I think you can ascend into lands between by using the Gate of Divinity right here, from here. How or what is required to ascend the godhood is not yet revealed in any sum of kind, since we cannot like cross this area to reach that divinity. So maybe this is sort of ascension gate that are required to go to like a normal world that is land between. So yes. And if you actually see the trailer for the Shadow of the Earth Tree, there is actually a Marika, which is like current god mother figure for the lands between, actually going across that gate of divinity we just saw. And so I was really confused about finding the trace of Marika in this land that is called the Shaman Village, right? So I was really confused about why the trace of Marika lingers here. Why there is like a birthplace of Marika. This is like definitely, if you read the item description of the minor earth tree, it means Marika bathed the village of her home in gold, knowing full well that there was no one to heal. So this shaman village and the shamanic people that once lived here was actually like kin of Marika, and some kind of ritualistic thing that Marika did, that she was able to ascend into the lands between, and more so a godhood state that she's in as of right now. So first time I encountered here, I didn't really knew about the ascensions and the shadow realm and lands between and what those means. I'm really confused about why the trace of like obviously Marika lingers here. So that was kind of interesting to think about. And one low point I read from some comments about the video is that this is the place where Marika herself cut off one of her braids, which is talisman we could use right away. This one, golden braid. A braid of golden hair cut loose, Queen Marika's offering to the grandmother. What was her prayer, her wish, her confession? There is no one left to answer, and Marika never returned home again. So Marika left her golden braid as like a memorial or like a gift to this figure, which is, I think, like the head shaman, like matriarch of this village. So one detail that I found really interesting is that every Marika statue you encounter from the lands between, where should be? We could go like a South Church of Marika. This is Smoldering Church. Where are South Church of Marika? Oh, どこだったっけ? can go Church of LA. So every statue that depicts Marika, there's no statue of Marika. Right. Can go to False Church of Marika. So every statue that is kind of depicts Marika, if you see like the rice, okay, I need like, do I have a bow or spectacle? No, but I think you can really see it that Marika should have like two like long braids, right? But her left braid that is placed on the right side is cut loose, because that is why this because she left her left braid in the Hidran, in the Shadow Realm, when he ascended into the lands between. She lacks the one of the golden braid, so every statue of the Marika that depicts herself in the lands between actually lacks that one golden braids. So I think that was really interesting detail that I want to mention. Right, so obviously the Marika, so if I mention Marika, I need to talk about the Honsens. The Honsens are like omens, you know? If you are familiar with like the lore of Elden Ring, you should be familiar with how the crucible, how should I put it? The crucible, I think more like shamanic and ritualistic people, a group of warriors that uses like nature strength, right? Have horns as their like blessings. So Hornsent is the descendant of those crucibles that have horns in their face. So if you... Okay, first I need an item to show her. I completely missed after getting the head of the divine beast. Yeah. That if you like look closely to these people, they have little like horns that's sprouting from their head, right? And so does this one, the Honsent Gran, which her eyes and the heads are sprouting horns. That is considered as like blessings from the crucibles, since the crucible knights and the divine feasts from the crucible always have these kind of horns. So yeah, those are people called Honsent that are shamanic in nature, that believes about the natural strengths. That is why the divine beast boss you fight from this area, and many of the Honsent warriors that you fight kinda uses the crucible Ash of War and crucible incantations that mimics the nature, right? Like the frog, like the concubines, like winged creatures. Yeah. So one detail I missed about this is that if you wear the divine beast head, which is also a reference to like the lion dance from like Chinese culture, where two people wear a costume to mimic the thing. So if you and this grandmother seems to be like the manager of those performances. So if you wear this hat and talk to the grandmother, okay, I think, okay, so maybe if I like beat the boss first, this doesn't trigger, but you're supposed to be, there's some interactions if you wear this hat and talk to the ground. Okay, I don't think it can trigger anymore since I beat the last boss. Unfortunate. So since this grandmother was kind of the manager and the prospectors of the lion dance, if you wear the head of this divine beast head, she kinda think that I'm the one of the performers, and if you like have to be proficient about being a lion dancers, you have to be like proficient in many like divine arts, right? About doing a thunder, conjuring a snowstorm, conjuring a normal storm, conjuring a fire, lightning, all those stuff. So you have to be like strong Honsent warrior, and the lion dancers are like handpicked from that Honsent warriors. That means having to like getting to wear this head to perform on the divine stage, yeah, theater of the divine beast, is great honor and great respect among the people of the Honsent. So by wearing that mask, she treats me like one of the better warriors from the Honsent people, and she actually gives me a scorpion soup, which I think as like a delicacy. Yeah, so you can actually feed them into like a warrior Honsent that you met from the crosses. So that was the one interaction I kinda missed. And if you wear the divine beast head and talk to her, she kinda gives you incantations, but I seems like I beat the last boss too early, so I kinda miss out on that interactions. So yeah, that one was also kind of, in hindsight, I should have like tried, but I seems like I missed the obvious ones. Right, so since we talked about the Honsen people in this area isn't free of like guilt also. They are like, I heard that I said they're like shamanic group of people that respect the faith and the natural strengths of the crucibles. So naturally they shunned shamans that isn't one of their village, or should I say like factions of people. So there is actually like a tragic story about that one. If you go to like a Bonnie village where there is like potentates and Honsens are like infested in this area. Where was it? There should be a phantom that gives me ここだったっけ? Right, so from the main game, you can kind of glean that potentates was the people who take care of the pots. Not this one. Okay, there should be like a phantom. Oh, for fuck's sake. So the thing we can glean from the water potentate from the base game to this village is that one is kind of the caretaker of the pots, but we actually didn't think I didn't knew what is the pots. So I think it is from that hut. Yeah. Okay. So only thing that we knew going into the DLC is the potentate is the making a jar, and inside the jar there is a remains of people, and this one talks, for pity's sake, your place is in the jar. Knight sainthood itself awaits you within. For shamans like you, this is your lot. Life warrior goddess for this alone. So this one is clearly a Honsen people, and clearly that potentate is also kind of like Honsen people, that it's shoving shamans into submissions into a jar. So there is actually a weapon that you can get from that hut that is inflicting like poison damage to the flesh. It is called the tooth whip, right? This one, the tooth whip. So the teeth are embedded in the whip and dose the victim with deadly poison upon the strike. As the wound ripened, they grew inflamed and oozed pus. The flesh of shamans was said to meld harmoniously with others. And for some reason that I really don't understand, that the shamanic people from the shaman village is shunned because of their connection to the outer gods, maybe? Because that was like against the crucibles. So that is why they're kinda shunned, and Honsen people are shoving them into jars, because Honsen people believe that if you get into the jar and like ferment, I don't know the exact word, you can kind of ascend into a godhood, you know? A saint, or sort of ascensions. So that is why there is like these jails all around the area that have like, yeah, that one. I always wondered why that one kinda have like the woman's face and the body. I really thought it was just because like the grotesque like implementation, like if you see their face, for Christ's sake, I'm trying to explain, lady. Right, so I thought that being like a woman is like a little bit of like, how should I say it? A shock, for like shock value. But I think killing you would be Okay, I forgot they didn't like this one. Right. If you see like this one, the face kind of looks like woman's, right? Kind of same as like how the statue of the Marika's grandmother was shown. So this is like definitely the shamanic people that these Honsen people shoved into the jar to make them ascend into sainthood, which is I really don't understand. Yeah. And the description of the two sweep also said, yeah, the flesh of the shamans are well known to infuse with other flesh. So they are kind of flayed alive, presumably, and shoved into a jar that for like unknown reason other than they are to be ascending to a saint. Yeah, so those jars kind of fermenting inside these jails are all like those shamans that shoved into a jar by the Honsen people. And how Marika kind of avoided that fate isn't really mentioned, but there is some passage about some raw entry that I didn't like. I'm parroting that thing I have consumed in like video essays and like Reddit posts and stuff, right? So Marika somehow have some allegiance with Honsen people to make her do rituals to ascend into godhood or to the land between. And but Marika deceived them somehow. I don't know. Maybe like use the power of like outer gods to convince them of the things, because the Honsen people and the Honsen warrior that we met from the main story calls Marika a traitor. It means there was some kind of common enemies that they want to get rid of, but somehow Marika decided to abandon that promise, but she birthed a child that is called Mesmer, which I think it is a nickname that is not like a real name of Mesmer, right? Mesmer is some kind of like mesmerizing people, like. So this one abandoned a child of Mesmer, like all of the other child of Marika. If you see Melina, right, she also have like seal in her right eye, which I think it is also some kind of seal similar to Mesmer, since Mesmer's like second phase is that he breaking his eyeballs that many people according and me thought it was like shabby grapes about French Flame, but it was actually a grace of Marika that she left to give to a child that the Abyssal Serpent, which is another like outer god reference, I think, similar to Rykard's Serpent, that it cannot be like go outside and be rampant to the people of the Shadow Realm and Realms Between. So one point she kind of how should I put it, shunned her child because of she was terrified about the outcomes that outer god will might does harm in her order, like the golden orders. So she made Mesmer do an endless visage and endless war against the people of Honsen and all the other filths things that is called like, I don't know, the like fly people and the onsen people and like the kindred of rot, all kind of things were impaled on a stake and burned alive by the fire golems. So that kind of eternal crusade that will never end was the last order by Marika to his son. And I think this is the only statue of Marika that hadn't been like cut its head off, because until the final moments Mesmer still loves his mother, but in every like other, like his senses and his mind, his emotions are all but hatred against her mother, his birth, and the fact that he was abandoned in with like unending missions. So yeah. So he was in charge of like killing all the divine beasts that Honsen believed it was sacred, and all of the like Honsen's actual people, all of the fly people, and all of those other peoples that is not fit to be lived by the Golden Order. So I think that is why the Honsen people used these thorns like ceiling tree. If you go this one, I think they were kind of afraid that another like figure would be ascending into godhood that isn't America. So I think that is why they kinda used the ceiling tree. Like we burnt them, but yeah, those like constant shamans use the ceiling tree to seal the annual ilum. Do I like saying it right? Annual ilum, yeah. Kinda shrouded this castle into like shadows and never be like gain access to, because they didn't want anyone to be crossing the gate of divinity and like worried about like second Marika's crusade, or like someone could be like worse than Marika. So they were kinda entrapped that whole place, and it is not clear whether it is before Mikela came to this land or after Mikela came to this land, but that was the reason why that was kinda sealed by these people. Yeah. So that was the whole low point I kinda missed, because I'm really confused about shamans and marikas and implication of the ascensions, because I really didn't recognize the shadow realm as like the hell where death dwells and death belongs. So yeah, that kind of stings. So it was brings really a lot of confusion about all the other lores. Yeah. Right. Okay, one thing I missed to, since we are closer to the Church of Bod, which is where we found Romania, the boss that uses this weapon, and they have like Scorpion like moveset, like bodies, and have like a woman's body on the back that have like this graceful attacks that inflicts lots. And I think since in the base game there wasn't like this strong bot-like figures, that is kinda reminds me, like we see those kinds of like rotted, how should I put this one, these pores kind of things from like swamps of Aeonia and everywhere in Kalit, but we never seen this kind of bud outside of Malenia's like scarlet rot blossoms. So I think these are like variants of the rot that is flowering a different type of, again, on ascensions. I think the saint of the, what was it? It was, yeah, saint of the pod, Romania saint of the pod. So just like how the scarlet rot blooms 3 times in according to the law, where if Malenia begins to bud blossom for like 3rd time, she blossomed once in Radan's fight, and she blossomed twice from our fight with Tarnished. And each blossom she lost a part of her humanity, like parts of her body parts and parts of her, maybe some kind of like humaneness and intelligence, maybe. So maybe this, the saint of the bud, is kinda foreshadowing us about what Malenia would become if she would be fully blossomed, but would be in a different way, I presume, because Malenia has like strong butterfly theme, but this area and this spot had like the centipede and scorpion theme. So maybe if there is another DLC about, I don't know, rot DLC, since this was like sleep DLC, holy DLC, there wasn't any like sleep thing though. So I think it was really interesting boss that kinda foreshadows about how the Malenia would become if she was to fully blossom. Yeah, the fight was relentless, honestly. Yeah, moveset was kinda simple to dodge, in my opinion. But the this one, I would like to say this boss was kind of faint boss, right? So every other like attacks that this boss try to do has like different tails from like different body parts. For example, her grab attack, I don't know if you can recall, but her grab attack is like sentencing people with their like polearms, like raising her polearms. So we naturally drawn eye to the polearms, right? Because that is like the big motions. But the actual grab attack comes from her centipede body. Yeah, so you have to like learn that one kind of motion tells about the attack, but the another body part is attacking you. So that was kind of like very confusing thing to run at like first glance. So yeah. So some attacks you can like see like her like scorpion tails are like coils. So it does like sweeping attacks, but it is hit by the centipede side. So that kind of like feints this boss does really like screwed me over when I was first trying this boss. Yeah. but it was really, I actually like cheesed her. Like, I don't want to say like, maybe this is like my biased opinion about like being told that the jumping attacks in Elden Rings are simply just too powerful, like power sensing jump attacks are too powerful, and it is like the most cheesy way to do a damage, like double great sword, double great spears. But since I really didn't have any options against her, because each and every attack there was a really short window, so only able to shove like the most high damage move which I have is like double power stance attack with jump. So that was kind of it was proper fight, right? It was proper fight between me and boss and Dryriff Dane, but it is kind of still like lingers me in my head back somewhere, because like in the crowd of like playing games very good, like good gamers think like proper rolling and jumping and like doing heavy attacks and like rolling light attacks or like running attacks are more proper way than just like shoving the most highest like AR attacks in between the motions. So since I was like surrounded by a lot of like those like get good folks when I starting Elden Ring, and even before like I was ever knowing the Elden Rings, so that was kinda in back of my head, kinda like limiting me to like guilting me that using like power sense jumping attack is like the cheesy way to like deal a massive damage to a boss. Yes, maybe, I don't know, that's, I really don't think that is like, this is like the most cheesiest and like the most exploitable options in my opinion, because it is just really just high damage attacks, and it also have like drawbacks that I mentioned, where you can only be doing this if you are like doing the ones you can like doing body attacks like in compass to these ones. So yeah, it is kinda still like irks me a little when I resort into the quote-unquote cheesy things instead of doing it properly and quote-unquote properly. But yes, and that segue into a Dryriff Dane, which is the interesting NPC that we met from the village, the how should I say it? Weapons. Dane's footwork. Right, first we see him from the ruins of Moors. Right, from here you meet like the wordless monk, and if you like progress enough of the story, he kinda gives you this good letter, a letter bearing a terse message and illustration of a monk, his hand held together. Seek me to the east if you wish to pursue the way of the warrior. When you find me, you will challenge me to a bout. There's no need for words. That should be like proking after this fight, where he wants me to pursue way of warriors. And somewhere in the east there should be a ruins. I think I really don't know where. But yeah, not this one, but somewhere like from the east of this area there should be like ruins where I can challenge him into like a duel, and we can learn like his another like Asher word. Not this one, but the another Asher word. You can put it on the these weapons. The dry reef finesse. I really do not remember the name correctly, so I'm sorry, but yeah. I kinda missed that encounter because I was like obsessed to finding the map of this area, finding this map of this area. So I deemed that I cannot be doing this and that area and just progressed with the main story, and unfortunately we didn't fought him to get his Asher Word, but we fought him with Leda and her crusade in I don't know where, but if you go like if you climb any elm, there should be like a section where Leda and her followers kinda challenge you about like it is like a Leda thing, right? Leda deemed that you are unworthy, so she wanted to kill you by not going against the Michaela's will, because clearly we wanted to kill Michaela, right? And it's kinda pity that we had to kill Michaela, and I find it really like unsatisfied of the DLC's ending, right? If you recall the Reda's quest line, it is all about like if you progress the Reda's quest line after you beat Red Allah from Doko Datake. Yeah, Castle Annis, yeah. She teleports from here and kinda ask you about if you challenge the Red Allah and you move into here and then you go here to like trigger the break of the Michaela's rune. This one, yeah. The Michaela even like shunned off like his part of it. So the ability to like charm people, he also like thrown away. So in this side of Grace where you meet Leda and Honsen for like a second time, she kinda asks you about her jewels and the trustworthy Michaela Unchanged, but she is not sure about the other ones. For example, Honsen and Theolaire. So I really thought that Leda was, but at the time I was given that choice, I firmly believed that Leda was doing the right thing, because knowing like the dark fantasies and stuff, there should be like traitors among us, that kind of situation, right? So I really thought I was doing a service to her by choosing Honsen earlier, but it kind of turns out that if you choose Deolie at the first place, she replies that like he's too weak to be the harmful to the Mikela, which is turns out to be untrue if you follow the Saint Rena's quest line. Yeah. But if you choose a Honsent, and whether you choose Honsent or not, she will go against Honsent, and you can try to fight with Honsent or like save Honsen from Leda from this one. And I choose to help Honsen because I firmly believe that his revenge will. But at that point, I really didn't claim that Honsen wasn't like the righteous people that is shown like the omens. I believe that they were like people who were shunned by Marika and Mesmer. So I thought it was like fitting to let the people who oppressed to get a revenge. But turns out that it was actually not that they were like all righteous people, but people who just really hated Marika and wanted to like curse all of her like bloodlines. So it is kind of understandable why Leda wanted to eliminate because she is the firm follower of Marika. Right, so if you like not choose to do any of the fight, which I think it kind of ends in draw, in my opinion, because they were like evenly matched. Either side you are like invading. So if you are like hesitant to make a choice or like miss the encounter of like invading Leda or like helping Leda, she changes her target into Ansbach. And that changes our topic into the Ansbach. Ansbach is the loyal blood knight, the pure blood knight that is kinda loyal followers of the Blood Lord, Monk. Which... Like, okay. So if you don't choose where to like challenge Leda or Honsent, there should be like summon sign because Leda changed her target into Honsent into Ansbach, which is kind of understandable because he was like a former Knight of Mog, which is also the as known in like common sense. It is known that Mog is kidnapped Mikela to make him into his consort and to like summon like the become like the formless mother, right? So obviously the jealous followers of Mikela would be really thinking suspicious that he will be revolting against Mikela. So he can also kinda choose between whether to kill the Ansbach and thus like be a good boy to Leda and helping Ansbach fend off Leda. So yeah, and this is also a kind of way that like you have to like choose, cause if you decide to kill Consent, after you kill Consent, she will give you a talisman about enhancing the dash attacks, which the Consent weapon phalanx use, and like the swift attack Ashover. Yeah. But if you go against Reda, you will get the swift slash Ashover and Let Us Run, which I think, yeah, I don't think I can like use it, and that is like really one of the unused potential in this DLC, in my opinion. Like you can get the Let Us Run, the Rune of like unsung hero, and Marika's Rune as like in legendary items. So why there isn't a way to use those in like meaningful way that isn't just like pocket money to like level up? That was like my own criticism against the DLC. It is clearly a unique item that have like names and everything, and I hate this one is kinda, maybe we can like return Reda's Rune into Leda to make her like sane again, or we can like offer Marika's Rune into like defeated Mesmer to like make him into like allies, or like summons into like fight with Ladan or something. So that those are being like legendary and rare items, but being just be only used to how should I say it, only used to become like getting a runes is a really shallow thing to use a like named item. Yeah, so that was my one criticism about that. So about Leda, so you can, if you have Anspark, you can have his like bow, which is a dexterity bow, and I kinda want that one. So if I ever want to do like the normal +2, the new game plus runs, maybe I will try to not engage with the Honsen and Leda, but engage into this fight so I can get his bow and stuff. Yeah, that was kind of missed opportunity. And that brings into one thing that I really like regret, that as the premise of this run, right, is, I think this one is more fitting example. You should be able to summon Leda and the other one from the fight with Verala, and since the summon is outside of the actual fog gate, it increases, it considered as like the corporate fight, the multiplayer fight, so it multiplies the boss's health pool, right? So I really didn't have to summon Leda and all the other golden summons that isn't inside the arena, and that is why I think I felt Mesmer was kinda squishy, little health than the other ones, cause I summon the gold summons, right? So even like the Divine Beast summons, I summoned the Freya and the Honsent, and from the Hippopite from the Shadowkeep Gate, I summoned Freya and Honsent from outside of the Fog Gate. So maybe that is why I felt the boss is unfairly like tanky in some instances. But the Mesmer fight, you summon Honsen from inside of the arena where you like enter the arena from like here. Like Honsen, the summon sign wasn't here, but placed in here. So that means it's not affecting like the scalings of like boss's health and damage mitigations. So that was, I think, why I had a little bit of easier time dealing damage wise to Mesmer, because yeah, Mesmer was kind of fight that I kind of enjoyed as I learned a bit about his like fight and how if I remember, I was still working the strength field with Bloodhound Step infused cold Nightlighter's Glaive, so I can like Bloodhound's like step away from some of his like flurries, which is the Mesmer's Assault. You know, like I can show you, I think. The Mesmer's Assault have like these flame attacks and have like poke attacks and like slam attacks, where if you keep doing this, poke and he slams. So I think I lulled the first like initial flurry and I Bloodhound attack and then I Bloodhound step away from the poke attack and I lulled inside to the final slam attack and I like Bloodhound backstep away from like the explosion so I can have like some sort of damage after that kind of flurry. So Mesmer's Assault has felt like another like waterfowl dance that is really iconic to the boss, where you can get from the Remembrance weapons. And I have been using it really nicely because the doing a full combo in like PvE is kind of risky because you have like the massive recovery time after like doing every attacks. But if you like do until like second attacks, I think you can deal a lot of damage, since this one have like ranged flame attacks also, and the tracking of second like poking attacks are really insane, that you can like really 180 degrees and like poke the bosses when the boss is moving that rapidly. So yeah, I think that was why I was having a really hard time, really angry time against Mesmer, but I felt it fair because I summoned the Honsen from inside, thus not scaling his healthful like eternally. Yeah. So I decided in my first turn that I summon golden summons only, because that would how should I put it, relate to the stories, because Honsen want a revenge against Mesmer because Mesmer massacred his whole village and all of the Honsen people, right? So that is kind of fitting. And Leda wants to like have a bout with the Red Allah is also kinda understandable because Leda as a like jealous people and the Red Allah is kind of depicted as the Maximus friends slash maybe a partner or like lovers. So it is kinda obvious that like Leda wants to kill Redala off. Yeah. So those kind of like gold summons and their locations kind of felt like it was fairly well placed in terms of like lores and things that I had to go through. But by doing so and following like the lores and feeling of like having a boss fight with comrades is kinda also diminished a bit of my fun since I was making a boss fight harder than it's supposed to be. So that is why I felt the first phase of Radan was just and not unfair because, well, there is a text that is kinda hard to dodge, but the damage I can deal whilst like dodging his combos or decent, and if was like stayed in like his like first stage, maybe I could have like won without having to resort into a bleed and a mimic tier. Yeah. Okay, that was like the one hindsight I want to mention, that if someone is listening out there who want to have like a better time and feels like boss fight a little bit more fair, I suggest that you don't summon golden signs, but you summon like spirit summons from the inside or mimic tiers, since those ones don't increase the health pools of the bosses, and it's actually hard to like get a timing of how should I put it? Timing of kill. Summon those one is also a kind of skill that you want to learn. Yeah. Anyways, one of the things I missed also is this wing stance. That there should be a lot of like stance attacks from a various weapon class, right? So longsword, the straight sword have like really basic stance where you can square off, right? And you can have heavy attacks, and you can hold this stance and go into the right attack. And it is most known for these stance attacks would be the unsheath from the Uchikatana, which I don't think I have Uchikatana. Katana. No, I have Nagakipa, but I have a Moonveil. So Moonveil is basically a magic version of the katana, where you like have like unsheath positions, and you have light attacks, and you unsheath, you sheath, and you have like heavy attacks. Those kind of stance attacks wasn't like unique to the DLCs, but infusible stances like is, I think it is like first that if you like not count scare off and other things. So where is Milady? The Milady is a really good use of the wing stance. Because its moveset is very elegant, and I heard that this is like the first weapon class that you can chain like heavy attack into light attacks. It like a seamlessly like flow between heavy attacks and light attacks. So you can like poke and have like slash, and you hear slash and have like poke. And also it can have like this stance attack, which really looks cool by the way, like offensive. And you can like have those like lunge attacks, those like swords dance kind of attacks. And it also benefits from the Rena's cameo, where you hold, it gives you like the attack buff. So if this is like really hindsight, but if I knew about the deflecting heart here, so you can like guard some of the attacks and like counter them, and like having access to this one to have like, I don't know, like gap closing attacks and stuff, I might really like played a lot with these builds. Yeah, that is really something I regret, like being a coward and not challenging the first field boss. And one thing I really said about is not exploring enough to get the potential about the Milady. Like I thought I would be having to use this because I like this one, for example, is also a light gray sword, which really like goes fluidly between like heavy attacks and light attacks, and even like power stance heavy attacks and light attacks. My favorite the attack chain was like L2 to R1 R1, because it have like great like crowd control potentials with these like slashes. So I was kinda wanting to use Milady and Leda's like light gray sword into like power stance weapon by like having a dex face build. But now I kinda knew about the wing stance and the other things. And the deflecting heart here, I'm really sad about not being able to like play around that attack, that playstyle, just because I like cowered out from like beating a burst force. Like I remember that I hitting its leg like 2 or 3 times and thought, this is not the damage I want for. I wanted to like, I don't know, 10 shot this boss. Yeah, so that was kinda my fault. and it kind of saddens me. Okay, but one thing I missed is like I defeated the meteor, right? The finger. 誰だったっけ? I haven't used this one, I presume. Yeah, the mother of fingers, meteor. So I was kinda confused that why there is like this prompt again after you already went through, but I just glanced, it's you have to like do it again to like go again, but no, this was actually.
What have you done? You've wounded Count Emil. My dear star, fine mother, you will be.
My shining star, grant me a mother's strength. And my fingers, I will be mother, and the only mother. My dear shield. To be your mother.
Right, so this one is the encounter I missed. Right. So I'm not exactly sure about the lore entry about the Count Emir. I suppose like he's like the first contact, and maybe like how should I put it? Like personifications of the fingers, right? Because it is called Meteor, and he is also called like Count Meteor Emir. So he knew that the fingers from... Okay, but first I need to do one more thing. The Jolan we defeated should be like lost her ways and be lamenting over there if he rewrote the area. Or should I say Yolan? Jolan? Yolan? Like, I really thought why the iris of like occultations and iris of anything mattered. Yeah, this one. So there should be like 2 instances where you can grant them a grace. Like, grace is something that you can follow the golden orders. Like, grace is like, how should I put it? It gives you like direction and purpose, right? If you sit at the grace, it points at where you should be going by the will of golden order, like aka the great will. So since this one is dejected and like lost its ways,
Count Emir, the stars, the sky. I see them not.
so we can either choose Iris of Grace, so she can like become a spiritual being that can follow the grace, aka she can be my spirit summon, or we can use Iris of Occultation, which blocks all kind of lights, which means there is hopeless, so she should be die in agony and darkness because she lost her ways about Count Emir, and we are not granting her like a mercy of the grace. So by using Iris of Occultations, we like
No light. Anywhere at all. This is the night I know. Our night.
we kind of lobs off her light, and kind of I prefer this way because first off, well, it gives you a weapon, really cool weapon. It is katana though. But if you read the low entry about this one, is that those folks, how should I put it? I should be having the armor piece that's from... Basically, they are born from like the depths of the jails. So chest, an armor piece. Yeah, this one. Bestowed upon those born deep underground, ordaining them as sword hands of night. Right, so those are the people who grew up without light in underground, because we could find this armor set from, I think, the Bonnie jail, or I don't really know where was it, but yeah, it's one of the jails. You can get these armor sets from. like them. Yeah. And it is kinda, how should I put it? Fitting, in my opinion, to grant them one last sight of their like homeland before they are kind of going to die and lost its ways. Yeah, it is kind of tricky, kind of icky to like let her die, but I personally think that is kind of merciful way to end her, how should I say it, a life. Yeah. So that is the one thing I missed from like not doing these encounters. And I believe I can do this once more by like, you know, the like bowl cut dude that like invades you. Okay, so one thing you can also use is to get like the great sword from the one dude that kind of invades you from this area. And I think I can like find his real body to somehow like, because we defeated him and he should be like invading us twice. So if we like defeat him twice, it kinda be like same state as like the Yolan we just defeated. So that means we can also make him like our spirit ash or get his weapons. So that was like the encounter I kinda missed, because first time I found the Iris of Occultation, I used it. Think it would like grant you some kind of effect, because it says like, what it says, basically it's make you like blind. Okay, I used the one, so I cannot use it twice, but it kinda makes you blind, because I thought that kind of that darkness effect and other things could be like meaningful clue. So I like used it right away, and like I had like 20k runes and I lost all of that runes just to be able to activate my great runes. So partially I blame FromSoft because I was dumb, and partially I blame myself because I wasn't like holding off like the precious item but to use it right away, fully knowing that the those kind of items surely have some kind of meanings. Yeah. Okay. So this area also kind of holds that one of the things that I wanted to get, which if you found Lelala, you will surely remember the Korean grandeur looking like a tech that kind of slams you once and slash you twice horizontally. It is actually Aesop, not a Aesop word, the magic that you can, no, it is Aesop word. That is called Korean sovereignty. Koreans. I just don't know how to like spell this one. Korean sovereignty. Sovereignty. Korean sovereignty. Yeah. So this one should be required from this one. Yeah. Acquired from a cave. Starts from cathedral of material filled with glintstone fireflies. Go to church district high ground. Head directly west until you reach the cliff line, then continue south. The cave is embedded in the east cliff wall as end of the path, so it was right around here. Can I like drop down from here somehow? So one thing I kind of regret is till I reach like the ends of like the last boss-ish areas and stuff, I kinda little, how should I put it? I kind of like didn't explore that much, honestly. So there is some kind of bobs and bits, like little caves like this, surely, like I remember I like doing the like round, like going around these upper areas, but surely if I didn't bit rushing towards the endings because I was kind of stuck, I would surely kind of found this cave and get the Ash of War that I desired. So it is also a thought in hindsight that I should have been more exploring. But in my defense, and I don't think I will be able to do like more thorough how should I put it? Yeah, I should have like do more like thorough explanation. I should have explored more, especially when I was like reaching the end. Yeah, but that was kind of shame. I should have like didn't like try to burn. I still think burning the ceiling tree before I get a map of this area, and this area was like a grave mistake that I should have been able to get more secrets from this area if I have like clear vision of how to like get there and stuff. Yeah, that is kind of unfortunate. Speaking of unfinished business, there is also one thing I missed, unfortunately. Like, that is about Thelia. If you first meet some more, the merchant slash like little one with the NPC that should be like here tending a little pots, and he was talking about a forage of broods that we should be watching out. So I really kinda remember that when I first going through this area, I questioned myself why there is like why there is the kindred of rot doing over here. That is like the exact word I questioned. That it was like over here on the cliff. But at that time, I don't think I exhausted all the dialogue option with some more. So I killed the kindred of rot. But it was actually a friendly like foragers that we could like have some conversations with this one and have like cookbooks about various recipes. So there is like 7 of them. And one also like grave mistake is that if you like speak with some more after like going around, he kind of questions you about how sad his life is. So what he should be doing? So I really thought it was like 3 questions or like the thing that I should be like aware of. So the question, so the like the choice was tell him to get it behind you, so you can like put it behind you, all of the like tragedy about his mother, about his village. And second choice was remain sad forever. So, and the third one is don't answer. So I kind of reluctantly choose to remain sad forever, because I think that was like fitting, since putting it behind you is kind of a word that people of light deceive you when you have like darkness inside you. You cannot put it behind you, all of the kind of big emotions around you. But if you remain sad forever, you cannot fuel that kind of sadness into other miraculous things. So that was like reasons and ideology I have. So that is reason why I choose to tell him to remain sad forever. But unfortunately, if I read like wiki entry of this one, that one actually was the trigger to end his quest line like immediately. So one of the brute foragers location is the backside of the Church of the Crusade. So if you choose the option to remain sad forever, he kinda goes and dies beside his friend, the forager brute friend. I don't know the exact locations, but if you choose him to like be sad forever, he literally like goes and dies. Yeah, like hugging his friend, his forager brute. So it was kinda sad that I couldn't made him happier, but said the thing in my ideology that was right, but it was too little to him to process. So not getting to finish his quest line in a happier note was kind of sad. And these grace shields are kind of the new fingerprint grace shield, if I have to say it myself. It have like 49 strikes requirement, and you have like 82 guard boost, and like all of this damage negation against the other shields. So yeah, I see a lot of like Ladan cheese build with his shield, his armor sets, and like the status effect like rot and a bleed. So yeah, this is one of my regrets, not reading carefully about the forager route and attacking the kindred of rots that's scattered around. And I really thought that the forager route would be the people looking like him, like with his armor sets, like this greenish armor sets. So maybe there is like, this is like a new merchant type, so I can find them and like buy some stuff from them. But the forager route was actually the term that calls this kindred of rots, which was actually my fault for like assuming they are on enemies and killing them. So I feel really bad not completing this one. Right. Okay, so next one is kind of related to a Moore's quest line. If you finish Moore's quest line, he kind of gives you a black something like tar, like something like that is required to make Theolia's concoction, which is just death potion and kill potion. It just makes you insta die if you use that one. But he kinda said that he can use the potions. He can like restock the potions if you like used it once. So at first I really thought I could be using this into like a bear fight, right? So its description once read that it can put the greatest like dragons into sleep. So it was kind of sad that I like tried to do something with the potions in here. Maybe I could like draw him, or I can like sneak and like feed him the poison so he can like fall asleep, so I can like deal damage really easily. But it was not, so I was, in spite of that, I tried to drinking in front of him so I could like restock it really easily. But it was really unfortunate that the dialogue options I triggered was actually he moving into the south, into the Cerulean coast. So normally if NPC told you that they are going into the another point, they usually disappears after you reload the area. And what does dying does? It reloads the area and you like respawn from the site of the graves. So I firmly believe that Diolia can sold me another one of these potions since I used it on a like whim. So I drank it right in front of him, but if he leave this place, he will ever be like, how should I put it? He will ever be like a status of merchant who can like sell stuff. So it was kinda heartbreaking for me and kinda like a moment where I really messed it up, where I tried to drink it after I triggered his like position moving thing, the dialogue options. So I think I can maybe, I don't know if I have like the bell bearings of the DLDA as of right now. Not sure about that one. Yeah, I have Moors, I have Emirs, and I have like Umberstone's Miners. But I don't think I can get access to like more of his potions, the DLDA concoctions. Just because I didn't try to do it. I should have like tried as soon as I received it so I can buy some more, but just because I did it as he like leaves the area, it was kind of sad. Okay, so speaking of Santorina, there is also a thing I have missed from this area. Not this area, but Velvet Sword of Saint Trin. Right, so from the Fisher Cross site of grace, walk immediately northwest to the closest giant scorpion tilted nearly vertical. Climb down to a ledge that passes underneath the bleak platform. Nearest the site of grace. The sword in a small cave network there and got by several putrescent ooze. So I was also kinda little bit anxious about wanting to meet Saint Rena. I didn't explore a bit much about this area. So this one should be okay, that one, right? This one, Velvet Sword of Saint Trina, is the actually like straight up upgrade from the Sword of Saint Trina you can get from the base game. Even the Ash of War is kinda same, but the difference is that this inflict eternal sleep instead of the normal sleep, like slumber. So it is kinda more potent in my opinion, not my opinion, my thinkings. So I think I'm thinking about a build that can go against the Gaskin duo. Right, so if I want to get like a sister sword of the normal Saint Trina, yeah, sword of Saint Trina can be in the Forsaken Ruins. The Rotview Falcon inside of Grace. Behind the imbecile requiring one stone sword king. Okay. I think I tried to get that one from here in my like first my like pre-playthrough before DLC, but I kinda failed to find the stone sword key, so alright, so there should be an imp statue that requires me here. Right, so in this chest there is a sword of Saint Trina. Right, so if I go into a gate front, our favorite, how should I put it, testing ground. I want to use like the double sword movesets by... Okay, I need to sort my inventories. But like many people thinks this is like kinda how should I put it? Like lazy, because the ashover like of this one and this one is like exactly the same, and like getting people sleep is like really hard to do. Straight, so the power stance is actually a nice way to like inflict like status damage. So people were using like double Saint Chain Assault from like an ND plus, or having summons to drop for you. But now we have like a way to wield a double Saint Chain Assault. And I kinda want to use this with combination of... where was it? Okay, I have to... no, this one. So Theolia's Hidden Needle is a shop where sleep evermore, where you can like... how should I put it? If this skill is like... how... okay, how do I read the... okay. Pierce the enemy deeply with the poison cutting it that delivers eternal sleep. If the follow-up strike lands upon a foe who is already in a state of slumber or eternal sleep, it will do significant damage. So what I'm thinking about like Gaskin duels is that like we make them like fall asleep. Obviously these enemies are like okay, this one is asleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Okay, I wait. Okay, now he's kind of asleep. So, for Christ's sake. Okay, you know the gist, right? So, what I want to do with the Gaskin duo is that I want to like make them asleep. Yeah. That kind of combo I want to try with the Gaskin duos, since they are really weak to like sleep, and I think that is kind of theme of these expansions about exploding the status effect, where if you read this one, there is this one, the poison flower blooms twice. It's ashes of word that kind of stingers you from like above, where if the foe is afflicted with scarlet rot or a poison, it will instantly explode all of that the dot damage into like one attack with more potency. So this one is kind of have like scarlet rot and the poison, and this one I'm trying to use against Gaskin Duo have how should I put it? I think I can make them sleep with the double sword combo with the like double buffed like sword really easily. And after they're asleep, I think I can like one-shot them with this effect. Yeah, and since they are like respawning, I think it is kind of one way to make Gaskin Duo kind of cheesy but fun, since they are weak to sleep and there haven't been much of the great way to inflict sleep other than sleep pods. So I think being able to combo those kind of new status element into like before sleep and poison was kinda useless, right? Scarlet Rod lasts a long time and deals a lot of damage, so it is used a lot of like boss cheeses and like a lot of builds, like a rod press or like the stinger kind of the poking weapon. I forgot the name, the rapier, some kind of rapier. So Scarlet Rod had its place, and yeah, the unsprue rapier. Yeah, that one has Scarlet Rod buildup. And bleed is obviously a bleed. Frostbite obviously have like a chunk of damage plus damage reductions. But the sleep and poison was kind of the lived bunch that didn't have like much of the, like a big damage potentials. But this expansion added these two things. The Ashes of War, you can put it in anywhere, like the poison flower blooms twice, where you can explode scarlet rot or poison into like massive damage. And this weapon of the Olea, you can you can like make them asleep, and you can explode that kind of sleep into massive damage. So I'm really looking forward to use these ones as my build against Gaskin Duos. Yeah, since I think I will be seeing them soon if I go to like, I think I'm like one boss away from them. No, two boss away. I have to fight Malenia, I have to fight Fire Giant, and I have to fight Gaskin Duos and Malekith. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to use that one to Gaskin Duos. And for Malenia, I want to use a weapon that I also missed. That is called the Rakshasha. Rakshasha. Rakshasha is like I forgot. Right. Eastern Nameless Mausoleum. Okay, so from the rivers, the ruins of Unt, you go until find the Lycosis River downstream. From there, check back the way you came, and you should find the plateau swarming of manfly enemies. Check below to find those tombstone-looking platforms. Yeah. And use them to safely reach the bottom. Next to go north and east until you reach the end where you find the mausoleum. So I have to get down there. I have to head north and I have to go to the east. Right, so this one I think I saw from like above where I was like, yeah, from exactly that cliff. From like, how should I enter like this one? Was kind of questioning myself. And I was like seeing these mausoleums and like, and I think this is also, yeah, I was like looking down from like this bridge and this cliff. Like, how the fuck can I get down there? How should I get down there? So, and I saw like this mausoleum, so I kinda like said, maybe you should find a cave so you can like get out from like underground. But no, you only thing you had to do is find this secret thing that I already knew the existence of, but I haven't rolled into the one single painting that reveals the hidden path. That is kind of irks me since now. So yeah, this one should be the Rakshasa. Okay, I'm butchering her name, but that one should be like the one wields this great katana. Yeah, and that's like the ashes of war from this weapon called Weed Cutter. So there is only like 3 different great katanas you can get from the DLC. One is like, yeah, Otachi, the great katana, and one is the dragon slaying great katana, and the last one is this one. I obviously missed this one by not exploring thoroughly, but this one should be like the katana with like great movesets. How should I put it? I will talk about it later after I get these weapons. I'm an idiot. That roll catches really well. Okay, so this one should be like have like unique ashore called wheat cutter that is kinda doing what it is doing, cutting wheat. That is like a rare, like the horizon swipe from the moveset from Great Katana, and that have like great posture damage also. So I heard that people were using that one a lot in combination of the Great Katana. So I wanted to check out how deadly it was, and it is deadly. Okay, I honestly expected a more cooler fight, but they are kind of just spamming the Yasho word. I know, like, maybe it is like reflection of how you will be changed into if you are using this weapon. Maybe. So if I'm get staggered without Okay, this means I kinda lack poise since great katanas are considered like heavy weapons. I have 69 poise, so okay, I cannot have a more poise. It seems sad. Right then. Okay, I don't have wings of insignia, so I think I will take this one. That's right. So, okay, maybe I could use the perfect block mechanisms. Okay, but I cannot do it because there is no grace. Christ. Okay, so 90-ish boys cannot even tank through this one either. I was trying to like force it to having some, how should I put it? Like trade of attacks. But I think it is just better to stick with what I originally had. You just right. Honestly, I try to do like a fancy thing where I kind of wanted to like backstep, like Ron's attack to finish it off when he was like a little health. Yeah. Okay, I'm kind of angry about this encounter where I really thought it was like a graceful fight between like some swordsmen. Like even a fucking Yoda boss from the Belarus jail has more moves than this. This one is just like seeing a tarnished, like doing that move same like over and over again. As like jump attack spammer, I don't know that I should be like and I don't know how much fucking hyper armor does have that Ashover have, but French flame thrust should have like stagger like normal sized enemies, but how? Okay, I'm kind of annoyed right now. Okay, I think I kinda find a way to easily win this fight. Just roll backward and like roll attack forward. Since I should be having like greater reach in terms of like weapons, but somehow that one have like more reach than mine because I think it is like running poke attack. That means it's kind of deceptive in range. So if I just be aware of Man, I shouldn't be struggling against this boss this much. I'm embarrassed. But this is kind of reminds me about the one tale about like Kakemusha. Soga. Like, you know, the meme about like, girl, that body of yours is absurd. That meme. I kinda feel same about this one. Girl, your poise, like, poise of yours is like insane. Right. Okay, Rakshasas, great katana, helm, armor, gauntlets, greaves. Let's see. $27. Okay, like, she had like 58 poise and poise through like whole double great spear. I mean, like, ひどいじゃないですか。それは。Okay, so this one should be that Ashover that she's using, the Vidkara. This kinda stupid, honestly. Okay, let's read the descriptions. I know it is like the best great katana to use, but doing that move like same thing like over and over again, okay. Let's hope that is at least something about its law. A great katana with the tempering pattern of its blade forever stained red with blood. Weapon of Rakshasa, cuts down and devours. A berserker's weapon used to endure enemy attacks and reply with one's full fury. Right. So when attacking, the wielder is less likely to stagger from counterattacks, but will also take increased damage. So that is why it kind of explains my French flame thrust was doing like 4,000 damage. And this is like not on like bad armor sets to like wear versus fire. So that means this inherent poise that this great katana have is kind of what people makes this one like OP. Since like you can just keep using the Ash of War over and over again as they kinda showed to us. So there is a reason why people are using this one, because you cannot be literally like staggered unless, yeah, you cannot like staggered whilst doing like French flame thrust, which is doing like massive damage plus like fire. And it was like cannot be staggered by great spear like jumping attacks. Interesting. Right. Helm of Rakshasa soaked in a spotting blood of her victims. Tatters of ragged claws shot out haphazardly, as if her lustful carnage turns to break free. Increased damage dealt to foes, but greatly increased damage taken by the wearer. So it is like ultimate damage boost. So isn't this whole set just like too OP from who wants to like Onga Bunga with like their movesets? Because this weapon less likely makes you like staggered, and these armor sets increase damage dealt to force, like flat damage boost. And you have like soul seals and all like crucible seals and stuff like, right. Cut down and devour. Only those who repeat the cycle without rest can truly suffer to self and become Rakshasa. So I think these are maybe the one of those Monk's followers, where like the Okina and like the Eleonora, the one Yura wanted to like hunt down, the blood warriors. I think it is kind of that lines of things. Yeah. Well, the people's first reaction was that, oh, they made great katana version of Rivers of Blood. But I think they made an even worse weapon in terms of like stupidity, honestly. Like having like hyper armor whilst using these weapons. That's like, bro. Okay, since we didn't read this one's right. Most charge. Ready the shield with both hands and charge force while maintaining guard. ending in a show imbued with Vortig's magic. Knocks back nearby enemies but does not cause significant harm. So he was defender, not an attacker, right? Boasts great guard capacity and damage negations to the extent that the shield will continue to protect its target if its barrier should die. Helm made from an unusual metal known as Verdigis. Verdigis is said to be the gift from an outer god, possessed of an enormously hefty yet supple strength thanks to its rusted nature. Outer god. And thinking about the connections he had with the kindred of rots, I think it is maybe gifts from Scarlet Rot. What is Bordigis means? What is this imaginary metal? Maybe it is like the same as Michaela's unalloyed gold to have power to resist the thing. Interesting. Right, since we are about the southern area, there is also one I missed, which is this one. And that one should be holding a dancer of Rana. I wondered how you could like access to that region, right? I was wondering that area, and surely there is like the mausoleums and all of those stuff. So surely there is a way to get access to that area. So alas, it was like this area. Yeah, where you can like drop down. Eh, どこだったっけ? ここ? Right, so this is how you can get access to this area where there is like a hidden cave system you can go down. And from this mausoleum, you can face the dancer of Rana. Southern Nameless Mausoleum. So I think there is 4 nameless mausoleums. So this one was Rana. This one should be Eastern Nameless Mausoleum. And there was like Northern Nameless Mausoleum, which hold like a red bear. And the Western Nameless Mausoleum, which hold the Solitude Knight. Right. So I'm really sad that I really missed this one, because I surely saw there should be a way to get down here. But I forgot to again explore thoroughly to find a way. So it was kinda shame. The Dancer of Rana. like you see those like dance-like movements. Yeah, dancing blade of Rana and dancers outfits. Like the Julie the Witch, the Soulspawn's creators like Eternal Onesan kinda showed that the dance of Rana shares like 90% of face data with Canis. The prospector, the I forgot the name. The one who runs the Volcano Manor, right? So, judging by like the Tanis mask, that she was like the exotic dancer from the another world, and seeing like the dancer enemy with their like headpiece and like ashes of war called unending dance. So as long as you hold the ashes of war button, it just keep going until your FP and stamina is drained. Truly an unending dance. And is it is curved sword, right? Okay, dexterity skills, weapons with interesting ash of war, and okay, I forgot to read the description. Just a moment. Uno momento. Right. Decorative souls ablaze with impassioned lead. A pair of weapons made to be wielded in both hands. Used by dancers of Rana. So Rana should be the name of the place, dancers of Rana. Strike enemies with a dancing assault when executing a strong attack. A strong attack. So if you can like feint them with like your charged heavy attacks and into the actual Ash of War, I think, yeah. Interesting. I think you can stun knock a little enemies with this one. Yeah, when I found about this one, I kinda really sad cause I really like the story of Tanis, where the exotic dancer who loved Laika too much that she become like she like stayed until the last whilst her lord is succumbed by the great serpents and stuff. So her like loyalty should be come from somewhere, and maybe this kind of thing should why she abandoned the dancer's life, and if we like give her the castanets that we can get from the Tanis quest line, right? Tanis Patches quest line, she just shuns away. So I'm really curious about why she abandoned the way of the dancers. Yeah. And let's read the rules. the dance of rana is one of the burning passion, and the most passionate dancers never allow their fiery dance to end, losing even their names as they dance on. To see the passion fade is to see the dancer's flame extinguished. Right. So their passion, Tanis, is one of the dancers of Rana, which their dance was like unending in every occasion, so they lost all of their names. So they will be just called dancers of Rana. But one day Tanis would stumble into a lordship of Raikard and fall in love with him too much that she lost her passion about dancing and shunned her way to being a dancer and become like a prospector. I keep saying prospector, but what was the word? The one who like manages the manor in terms of like money and stuff. Yeah. So her as a dancer passion fade, but find loyalty toward a Lycard even he becomes a lot of blasphemy. So that is why she didn't turn back as the dancer as one of the patches wanted to be, but stayed as just like the Lady of Volcano Manor, because she, like as like the law says, to see the passion fade is to see the dancer's flame extinguished. How dancer's flame is extinguished and that void is filled with a loyalty to a Lycard. Yeah. So this one is also the area I really like gleamed from like the shores, but never was able to get down. So I was kinda bummered that I found out that I can easily, I even killed that like cemetery ghost from like up there, right? Where like this cave is placed right under. So like missing this cave was like really sad revelation I had. Okay, what's in the other side then? I came from here. Okay, this is just the way out from... This is just the way out from the area. Interesting, right? So yeah, I think that is all I have missed. I have like memo in my like memo Discord. I missed Ymir fighting Castor, checked. I went Eastern Nameless Mausoleum to get Rakshasas, like set, checked. Denso Rana Southern Shore Island, checked. Wingstands, checked. Velvet Sword of Saint Trina, checked. Sword of Saint Trina, checked. Ah, Euphoria, right. I was browsing Okay, so this is in the Elim, Inil Elim, the area just before the spiral lies. Site of Grace. From the Site of Grace, back your way down to the stairs and turn left to find a set of steps going down. Then turn left to find a set of steps going down. So I assume it is As you go into the archway, then turn left to find the set of... No. There will be a room to light containing one Inquisitor ashes. Right, go to the other archway. You will see a staircase. What? Aha, that one. Okay, from the higher pickle level, head up the stairs, then look below the broken railings to find the ledge you can drop down to. Right here. Then follow the ledge going south. You will come across a broken section going to an item. Aha. So I root that one and jump down to the broken section of the ledge. Thank you. Right, so this one is kind of like a little breadcrumbs that lead into the eventual... What the fuck? Be careful, there are pillars are blocking some part of making down to the navigate. Keep hugging the wall just to be safe. When you go around the corner, you will find another area that you can jump down to. Jump down the area, then traverse the ledge going southwest. So I can jump down here. Anything up here? Okay, thank you. Lord Swan's bolt. There should be like Godric Soldier's bolt. Why it is here? Interesting. Keep following, you acquire 10 Lord Swan's bolts from a dead body. Will you follow the ledge to a decision going? You hit the broken section of the edge. Drop down and you will find then the hostile shadow undead. Number 5. Go down the stairs and you'll find one fireproof pickled liver from a dead body. To progress further, sprint jump down the window south of the dead body. Right, so that one is the tricky one. But I made it, yay! The section you are in will be the inside Bellora Tower set. Once head out the room, you will end up in the courtyard. Kill the spider scorpion. And pick up the +1 scatter tree. Fake one by cover the statue. There is 2 rooms you can enter from the courtyard. The room in the east have a lift you can take to return to any room. So it was... it was a shortcut. The room... Room in the east will take to turn. This one is the shortcut. Right, this one going upward, so this must be the shortcut to any room. This wasn't really a shortcut, isn't it? It is just a return if you wish to return. Yeah. So I have to go down here. Other side, going through an archway on the southeastern side. Staircase that leads you to a room containing Inquisitor enemies. After clearing the room, follow the path going southwest. Right, that one... I have to fight it, I guess. Head inside the structure and go down the stairs on the western side. Go down the lift and you will arrive in an area with the bridge crossing to a door. Cross the bridge and open the door, you will find a dead body and the altar which hold the Euphoria Twin Blade. Alright, so this is like the whole section I missed because right, Euphoria. Twin Blade symbolizing abundance, the secret treasure of the tower. Through the blade, fashions from the golden shoots are largely wilted and darkened. Their luster can be restored by dealing damage to foes. However, damage dealt to those who live in death will have no such effect. Using the power of the vortex, violently tool the armament, dealing multiple slashes directly ahead. The greater the restored luster of the blade, the greater power of this skill. However, use of this skill will fully consume the blade luster. Right, so this is kind of the charging weapons by dealing damage to enemies, and you can spend it to right. Okay, so the reason I think I missed this one is cause like, where was it? If you like having to go to this one, you have to get through like I see. So like the lusters, the like glintings of the weapon is kind of siphoning energies from the weapon hits, and you can expand it by a chopper. The harder you like gain the energy from the boss, like the enemy, you can like deal more damage with the chopper, I think. So the reason why I couldn't like get a proper exploration is because that one keeps like spamming the spiral spell, and that fat one is also like spamming the incantation. So I was really like panicking to like get to like the grace and the safety, and I see like the cross of Mikela. So I think that was why I was trying to rush through this area. So I kinda missed the whole exploration section we just did by just going into that area. Right, so this one is Dex and Faith scaling weapon, I think. So this one can be also within my and this one also does like holy damage. So yeah, with all the other weapons, this can be my arsenal if I want to deal like a large holy damage. Nice. Right, and perfume bottles, if I want to get the perfume bottles, I can always come back to like get these ones. I found only like the frozen perfume bottles and the French flame perfume bottles. I think you can easily get the fire one from this camp. 도고 get here one. This one, there should be. Right. So there should be an enemy types that I was like wondered why there is perfumes, and well, of course they are like in service of the mesmers, but also that is because they hold something weapon like over here. I think I could find pumas around here. Okay, maybe not here, maybe upper section. Okay, I think it's not here. Right, this one. This should be the one. There is two mesmers like camp, and I remember this one having a popular enemies right here. Hello. So I was wondered why there is like popular enemies here, and I don't know how I missed this one, but there was like the first and very easily accessible open bottle that I completely missed about when I first doing the DLC. Yeah, today is the day about I kind of reminiscence about the DLC areas and going around the things that I have missed. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of hard to see since I have like fire spark perfume on the right hand and the French flame on the left hand, but it's actually like spreading two different flames, since left one have like orange hue that is extinguished in red hue, which is French flame, and the right one is like regular flame. So it's kind of interesting to see and wield different aspects without having to use FP. So yeah, since I have fire, French, and the frozen, maybe I could find sleep one and rot one, I think. Or is it thunder? I don't remember. Yeah. Right, so I think that's the gist of the things I want to explore. Okay, let's check the wrist. Okay, Euphoria, popping bottles, I did. Verdict, I almost said I did. Deflecting hot here, I explained. Savage Lion's Claw, right, yeah. I have fondness about the Ash of Lion's Claw, which you are using in a strength build. But, where was it? From the tree past cross, so stick to the wall on the left side and follow the past nose. You will eventually come across the smoke and you can find the Ash of. Right, I'm lost. Like, so it's all right here. So the Ashover called Lion's Claw is one of the like most stronger Ashover that you can use in base game in terms of like posture damage when you're like using like pure strength build, and they made a sequel of it. Aha, this one. Right, the normal Lion's Claw is the one who what Radan uses in his like first and second phase, where you leap into air and do like flip to like swings your weapon forward. So maybe I can try to use it with some kind of axe that I can use. Right, high rank axe with Savage Lion's Claw, yeah. So the normal Lion's Claw should be this one attack, right? You leap into the air, but this one comes much faster. And you can have like second attack. This is basically what Radan uses in his greatsword. Like doing this one, and if he feels like it, he does like the second one, yeah. So it was like the first like actual word you can kind of find from the first area if you explore it thoroughly. But I think I was too engrossed in going weather into this great bridge and the gate area I think I missed this one when I was first exploring this one. So it is kind of shame that I missed all of those like great Ash of War. Like this one is also like heavily skills with like, how do I put it? Strengths and stuff. So yeah. So if I was like still using strength build, I would have used that Ash of War in my halberd if I could not use it. So yeah, I think that's kinda, how should I put it? Picks off all the things I have missed whilst I was exploring the first few areas. And I also like agree with people that it's criminal that there is so little new weapon types where like this is the all of the light gray sword you can get as I'm aware. The Milady Leather Sword, Lenerless Twin Blade, which one is only infusible. Yeah. And the Sorcery Sword, I don't think there is another as of right now, but I think there should be another one. And Backhand Blade, there is only, I heard there is like another one, but I couldn't find it. But Backhand Blade, there is only like one variant, that one and the Smith script one where we can throw the heavy attacks. And Great Katanas were like kinda praised, but there is only like these three and only one is infusible. And one is like seriously kinda OP since it have like the infinite like staggers. Like the wielder is like less likely to stagger from counterattacks but will also like take increased damage. So this one is like absurd. Yeah. I'm kinda sad about all of the new weapon situations. And one thing I didn't really knew that this one is actually a like really OP weapon that is called chicken hands, a chicken leg by the players, which this have like the arcane scaling and stuff, but if you put like, how should I put it? People are putting like, where should I? The Loyal Light Resolve with like a blood affinity, and it like insta bleed with like its heavy attacks. Yeah. So people was like doing Loyal Light Resolve, doing like charged heavy, and it was dealing like 360 blood loss buildup, which was most of the boss like instantly like bleeds, but it was nerfed into like 250-ish I have heard, so it is not like the instant bleed. But it was kind of funny that because I got this weapon from like first when I was exploring this area, and seeing it's like a colossal weapon plus arcane scaling, I really didn't thought it would be that useful. But turns out it was actually like the most OP weapon before the release, before the patch that comes out to nerf some of those. Yeah. So it is kind of funny, and it is kind of funny that people call this one a chicken leg, because it is kind of looking like the drumstick and a thigh. So yeah, interesting indeed. Okay, I think right, I think that is all the items I wanted to get from the DLC as of right now. Right. I got the Velvet Sword of Saint Trina. I got the Euphoria, Popping Bottles, the Vertiges armor sets, and Deflecting Heart here, Savage Ryan's Claw, Guardians of Vanity, and yeah, Talk Point, Deolius Concoctions. I talked about this. Freya. Freya is the one I feel like it is like most like her entire quest line is about meeting her here, and she eventually moves into this one, the seventh floor, and she want to like know about General Rodan's and Michaela's like promise, which is to be like consort, to be like married. So her core, like her whole quest is about giving. If you, I think I can see this one as of right now. Okay, there is. Yeah, I cannot show you, but there is like the item that is hidden in here that is called Scroll of Secret Right. That's that explains that if you use the like God's body, for example Mook, you can like cross the bridge of divinity and to ascend into godhood. So if you get the scroll into Ansbach, which he should be like residing on the first floor, he kinda appreciative of us finding the secret to us, since it was like prevalent that the Michaela was trying to use the Mook's body to resurrect someone and to reach godhood. And from if you reload from that area, Ansbach gives like a message to Freya, and so we can deliver that letter to Freya, which she just accepts and gives a shield for some reason. Right, so that is like all of her quests, honestly. I don't think there is a single one that is... Yeah, I read like her whole lore entry, but that is like all. She gives us this shield, the Golden Lion shield, like awarded to especially valorous member of Radan's personal guard on the occasion of its formation. And she was like saying, if Radan wants to fight in a like, if Radan wants to be like resurrected and fight eternally, she'd be happy because she's a red main. So I can kind of like get the how should I say, motive that she wants to have Leda and Mikela. But that is like her whole arc is just to get there and know the thing and just get back into the Leda's companion. So I thought I could be able to like befriend Freya against Reda by knowing something from this region, by like the Gaius, and maybe there's like some secret about Radan, but no, there was only this item and the Albanioric, where the Commander Gaius was also like the shunned child who was like brother to the Mesmer, but also an Albanioric. So that raw entry is cool enough, but I feel like there should be some way to like progress Freya's questline further away, so she could like learn about the actual thing about the General Radan, so she might be like fight with us in the final boss fight or something. So I feel like the whole arc about Freya being known about the promise that made with Mikela and Radan is too shallow in my opinion. Yeah. So that was like everyone we met along the DLC as like NPC. Like we met Leda from the Mog's grave, and we met Freya from here. We met Honsen from here. We met Moore from here. We met Sir Ansvak and Wolf from here, but they are like all dead. Like, why? Like some Moore's like questline also like you help some more by defeating the Romina, the Saint of Bot, and you challenge him into like a random location around like here in like 1v1, and so we can like learn his Ashok word, and he just, I don't know, invade you anyway and let us fight. There is like no reason and no motive that this character kinda explained, unless like his clan, the Dry Reef, is kinda expressed in a way in like the... Okay, is this the game crash? Is it? Right, I sensed it coming, but yeah. Okay, so the whole Dry Reef, the quest line was incredibly shallow to my opinion, since you are like fighting with him anyway in the Reda's fight, and Freya, you will be fighting with Freya anyways, and even more you can like befriend more for like finding all of the like Forage of Root and progress his quest line. But he dies anyway because I told him to like remain sad forever, and the Honsen is just randomly like invades me to the way to like Saint Romina, and he fucking dies. And Leda, I can understand why we are going against Leda, but all of the NPC characters we met dies like for no apparent reason. And like Theolier and so Answak, I can see why Theolier dies after we are going against Radan, since he was like weakest kitten, thickest tooth planks, anyways, like, but so fuck. Why? He died because he was old? I mean, like, are their corpses still like there? I really don't know the reason behind why those two are like dead after the final battle with Radan. The only I can at least like empathize with him because he wants to how should I put it? Maybe because he finally yeah. The only I can kind of understand because he wants to bring truth to the Saint Trina sword to kill Mekhala. And this one too have like he have like his vengeance and last like warrior's death, but why they died? I didn't like summon them on the fight, but they just lost purpose and like died. But like if there is already a mechanic about the one how we deal with the one who lost the how we lost their ways, the iris of occultation and iris of grace. Maybe if they were like not dead but in like lost their ways, maybe you can use like iris of occultations or iris of like grace to imbue them like new purpose, or like make them our like spirit summons, or like get their weapons in that way. It will be like more meaningful since we are the one who get above with Laran and like have achieved their purpose together. But like they're dying without no reason is like too like unsatisfying in my opinion. Yeah. And this one being dying is like understandable because he was to like promise his last word with Zentrina, which is kill Mekhala. I can get this one, but so Anspark, okay, I get he's old and withered, but like he's a warrior. How Roger died? Roger died because he's inflicted with the death root. No. The death blight. He was slightly withering away. He was like already a dead man because he couldn't like hold back the curious about the Godwin's curse and inflict himself with death blight. Yeah. But this one is, I don't know why FromSoft decides to kill them all off. Maybe we could have like a dialogue after like Radan's fight and they dies that I can like I don't know. Yeah. And like Freya didn't, there is no way to like get Freya into this fight because Freya is red main and she is happy about General Radan getting a new body and stuff. But why? I don't care if like Freya is fighting against us. Like why Freya is like treated as like the shallow character that is red main, that is just right to fight and stuff and not utilized more. She's like a cool character about like the red main who hold the grit and plunged herself into this shadow realm. And I'm really like pissed about so Ansbach dead you have an amazing arc, so I can understand this one. But it's so more and like so Freya and Jarif Dane, I really don't understand the reason behind their like death and become loyal to the Mikela. Only Leda I can understand because Leda was there no, that was the like the most curious question I wanted to know. There was no other options than Duelier and so Ansbach in the Radan fight. And it was have been like that way since the Redas fight. You only can summon the Duelier and so Ansbach in Redas fight, and you can only summon these two in Radan's fight. So I can see what those two representative of. This one is like the old loyalty, and this one is like naive loyalty about the one who stole his heart. So this one is about love, and this one is about like self-proclaiming loyalty and stuff. But why the fuck they have to be like dying after like the battles? Like I know the battle was fierce and not everyone will be like surviving after the fight, but I really hope we can get like at least like 1 or 2 dialogues about how they felt about this one. So yeah, that was like incredibly like let down feeling. Yeah. And let's move into like the talk point. I prepared. I talk about Forage of Brood. I talk about Seeker. It wouldn't be a FromSoft game if it was a happy ending, would it? Well, I don't know. Rani's ending sounds like happy ending. Like sacrificing someone to have like free of golden orders, but like live a normal life. I don't know. That's happy ending, right? Okay, about cracked tears in First Giant, about golems and their cracked tears. I talked about this. Miss dungeons. I didn't miss these dungeons. About the drawing fire part, I talked about this one. I talked about the Scatter Tree becoming Shadow Tree and Shadow Tree. Right. One thing I'm really mad about is that if you see my eyes right now, it is glowing orange. That means I inherited French Flame. And I searched any like aspect about, how should I tell you, like this whole DLC have this amazing boss called Mitra, which is like Lord of French Flame. Like, hello? And why there is like no implication of using French Flame in anywhere? Like, without the boss, like the depths of your foolishness, and like yesterday night when I was like preparing this stream about what to talk and what to like reminisce and retrospective about, I stumbled into the OST files that people uploaded from the game, and I was literally in tears, like how amazing the music of the Mitra, the French Lord, the Lord of French Flame, Mitra, the Lord of French Flame. The lore is that his wife, Nanaya, is one of the priestess of the French Flame. And since he loved his wife so much, he wanted to become the Lord of French Flame. But to become a Lord of French Flame, it requires a lot of like anger and sacrifices and all of the other stuff. So it was like starting to inflict the whole area that this mansion was in. Like this whole forest was like littered with like the French flame rats and those like the French flame ghosts where you cannot like attack them unless you parry them. And like the Honsent shamans and like the sorcerers like wielding this area also inflicted by French flame. So this one didn't fit to be a Lord of French flame because he was human in some way. Yeah, the stealth area. Because he had like some kind of humanity inside him left that couldn't be like doing massacres of like how the three fingers are summoned in like the Rindell's area. I think that is because the merchants were shunned and like imprisoned in like one area, like just left to like rot and burn away in their flames. So that kind of mass sacrifice that isn't warranted brought like real French flame among this land. But Mitra, the owner of this mansion and the husband of the French Flames priestess, couldn't do that kind of massacre because he had some kind of human heart is what I'm thinking, right? But since it was like this is kind of something really like how should I put it? This spear right here is the weapon that used by Honsent. So the Honsent people who are native to this area saw like this area becoming like hellhole of the region. So they like raided this mansion, killing all of the servants and all of the people in this mansion and area, and finally like skewing Mitra with this exact spear, right? And this is like holy weapon that is used by Honsent. And of course like his like wife Nanaya was also like dying, but the last word that is left by Nanaya was endure this pain, endure this thing, and like endure so because you have no right to be a Lord of French Flame. So like quell the flame within. So if you like really like see the intro cutscene about the Mitra, he kinda curse you the depths of your foolishness about why you want to like free of him of his curse, because that will surely bring the friend's flame about this area. So whilst he was like skewed in this exact spear that is used by Honsen to punish him, he was enduring by himself all these years, just not wanting to the French flame to be how should I put it, rampant against this world. But at the last moment, we comes in and he plucked out this spear that was like skewering him and holding him in place, and he plucked it. The tip bristled with a golden bar symboling of the Inquisition's torture, allowing the one, yeah, this is like torture's device that like skewers people and like make people hold in their like place so they cannot go anywhere. And in his last word, the Nanaya said endure, so he endured for all of the eternity, and we showed up. And if you see like the intro cutscenes, he kinda plucked out that barbed spear by his head, beheading him, and finally kindled the French flame that is quelled within, and formed this sword from the cage and the torture device that is kind of, I don't know, tormenting him. He wielded this blade as like the French flames, the Lord of French Flame, and finally become a Lord of French Flame because of his actions. One way or another, they created like immense torment and the pain by himself and the others in the area, and from that thing he become a true Lord of French Flame. So that is like one of the most tragic story beside Mesmer, and people are kind of saying that there is beauty in the madness, right? Yeah, it was holy weapon, and since he ascended into like the Lord of French Flame, he plucked out the holy weapons and like carved them into this great sword. This is like his remembrance weapon, also his like grab attack. Yeah. So maybe it was not like the one of the most tragic backstory about the boss. Yeah. And maybe I'm kind of thinking maybe this is the boss that we shouldn't be interfered, since I don't know, if we didn't interfere, he would be just here enduring for all of his eternity, losing his mind. But the French flame would not be ever be present in this world. But since we foolishly attacked him and free of his curse, he decides that he wouldn't be wanting to endure anymore and become the Lord of French Flame. And that is really tragic backstory and tragic music, and I will highly recommend that you listen to the OST of Mitra, the Lord of French Flame. Like, it is really nicely composed, and I was like moving into tears because the dissonance that weaved in was like you know the little violin piece they play in here, right? Where was it? According to the lore, da 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 da. This melody is not just a melody of like a folklore or like a song, but this melody is composed by Saint Trina to quell the inflict of the French flame. So that is why you can hear this melody from here, but also from like the isolated merchants and the abandoned merchant from like Sea of Fire rivers. You can see the this one is imprisoned merchant. Yeah, melody with a calming effect. Like this abandoned merchant plays it in the Altos Plateau. Like this one also like plays it. And it is because they were in a situation where they might be inflicted with like French flame if they were like left it alone. So that was like the melody that is composed by Saint Trina, the love aspect of Michaela, that had love for the people she wanted to protect and conjured up the melody. And if you hear the midras, I really saddens that me I cannot like let you hear the songs, but if you hear the midlas like OST, you will definitely hear the implication of like how the melody in a dissonance are like twisted, all of the leitmotifs, and like how that all of the song is becoming like the whole this grandeur, like dance music. Like what was it? There is like Romeo's and Juliet, like dance music that like goes in and out with like a brass and a bass. I really felt that was like that kind of grandeur in this music, and I was really like moved to tears listening to it. So I highly, and I cannot recommend giving that a listen with like your best audio gear, given that like headphones or like earbuds. But yeah, and if that melody isn't like having an impact on you, I highly recommend that you find this area and have a fight with this boss. Fighting with this boss was hard, but it was really honest fight that I could learn and like be like forgiven for like being good, and was honest and really spectacle fight next to Bale. So that is one thing I thought it was really amazing about this place. But still, it kinda irks me that why there is like zero connection between DLC and the main game. Like I searched everywhere and the DLC content is entirely like cut off from the main game. There is no new interactions with the new game, and there's like no interaction you can glean from, like you can bring from the DLC. Only thing you can bring from DLC to main story is the weapons and the achievers and like items and stuff, and those are like, I don't know. I'd rather have like one more interactions with like some changed interaction between like why Mesmer's kindling is required to burn this one. Why it have to be Mesmer's? And it is not really like explained why it have to be like Mesmer's kindlings. Why? Because the kindling is used as a word in main game where it is something that is needed to avon a great seal like the earth tree. So Melina wanted to be like a the what was I saying? The not the seedling, the kindling. Yeah, Melina wanted to be the kindling to set the earth tree aflame. And you can set the earth tree aflame by two means in base game. By sacrificing Melina or you inheriting like the like French flame and burn the earth tree. So why we can't burn this one with French flame, and why we cannot inflict someone with French flame, even if this have like the whole subplot point that is like middle of the map that is kind of hidden away, and have like amazing boss that is literally called the Mitra Lord of French Flame. Why there is like no other infliction about French Flame in any of these areas? I can see like Scarlet Rot and like poisons and like the other things, but like no way to like interfere with like Michaela's plan. Like it was still ongoing that Michaela's plan, when we were arrived, the Michaela's plan was going like upward to this area was kinda ongoing. So what if like we can access this area without ever going to the Shadow Keep? Yeah, without yeah, you have to like go to the like Shadow Keep, but you can access this area without anything to do. You can just like go here without doing any quest. You can like just waltz up here by taking the secret pass and something. And why we cannot intercept Michaela by using French Flame and like catch Michaela by the act of like resurrecting Ranan? Why cannot we stop that? Also, why cannot we become a consort to Radan? Why Michaela must have to be like parasite to Radan and dies with Radan? Isn't he like a god? Like I fully like embraced or like clenched or like prepared that the fight would be like the Radagon and Elden Beast fight, where the one in the like the duo boss fight but like consecutive. So maybe if there was like the phase 1 Radan and phase 2 Michaela's fights can be differentiated, whether you can like befriend Michaela with like some items you can get from this area like Michaela's broken rune, or if you like, I don't know, get all of the Michaela's like cross, maybe there is some item where you can like gathers like all of the Michaela's like body parts that he shunned away, like love, his heart, his arms, and maybe there is an item to like give them to Michaela to just like talk him back down. So why isn't that an option? Why there is like no retribution and redemption for Michaela? Why Michaela have to be like die hugging his brother? Like just because they have like a promise when they was young? Like it is like incredibly like, I don't know, shallow in my opinion. And it is like explained like 4 times in the story, from the mouth of Sir Ansbach, from Freya, and like the one story about them. And after the ending you can finally see like the whole cutscene about like Michaela begging Aran to be like his consort. I really don't understand the logic about why it have to be Radan. Why not punished us? Or like why he cannot be like, I don't know, maybe like feed him like tonic of forgetfulness, or maybe like we could like bring Saint Trina, like her saps and her tonics to like Michaela, so he can like reunite with Saint Trina. I don't know, it is like too much like wasted potential. I feel like, I don't get me wrong, I enjoyed DLC. A lot of things was like really well made, but the point of DLC, in my opinion, is incredibly shallow, because it have like no affliction in a main story, and it ends up like we only see Michaela as like the final boss. Why is that? Why we can like converse with Michaela? I don't know. I really feel like there should be on DLC that is for this DLC. You know what I mean? Like, I think there should be like, I don't know, really like time travel DLC that explains all of this stuff. Is what I'm really feeling, that why the choice that made Michaela was that important, that what Michaela saw from her like mothers, like Marika's purge and all of the other things, and why he decided to like gave a plan about to deceive Morg and use Malenia to kill Radan, so he can bring Radan's soul into the Shadow Realm, and he can charm Morg so he can open the gate to the Shadow Realm, and charm us to kill Morg so he can get to the Shadow Realm and get the Morg's body so he can like, I don't know why he had to do that. To make the world gentler place is the only answer we have given, and I don't think that is anywhere that is like enough to quench my thirst about the lores. I don't know, I really had high hopes about the Dioli and Saint Trina's thing, and I had high hopes about the Freya's quest line, about Redmayne knowing about the like former dance, and like the finger, the boss is completely like optional and useless in my opinion. like we know the Golden Order was like not the justice we hoped, and the Golden Order and the Two Fingers are already cut off from like the main branch of the thing, and this is just a like in-game lore explanation that solidifies that the Golden Order is like rotted from the start, that is not a complete order, and even the ones that arrive in the lands between and Shadow Realms, the finger was not influenced by the Great Will, so they were like going rogue. So Marika's order is wrong from the start, so she done the whole the purse thing for nothing, and like she did, that's why I think she did a shattering to like to have like a new order. So what DLC kind of solidified is that only Rani's or the Fias questline ending is the like true ending that can bring at least some kind of order in this world, right? The Fias ending, the Age of Duskburn, is finally where people can die off from like eternal like deaths and stuff. And the Rani's ending is having all of those like Greater Will's influence sent back into the void. What about Gold Mask? Gold Mask is like, I honestly think Gold Mask is kind of like a nationalist. He was so engrossed with the nature of the Golden Order that he fucking dies after learning that Marika is Radagon, because in their eyes it is fucking blasphemous, right? So like the Gold Mask ending is just retaining the status quo that is still like problematic from the like the roots of the fucking archery. So any of the ending doesn't make sense if you like pursue happiness. Like if you spite this world that much, maybe you can go into like Dung Eater's ending, so you can like curse this land so everything is born with like pox and curse it. And if you like me, maybe you can pursue like French Flame ending, where every affliction, every sin, every pain can be burned away in the flame of chaos, all equally. Because I was one who kinda engrossed with that ideology, because I don't know, if you are experienced, or like if you have experience of like getting shunned or getting scarred by some of those words from people, and if you have like experience about getting broken by the pain and self-afflicted agonies, maybe you kind of wish that some kind of not malevolent, not benevolent force that just engulfs whole worlds in flame, so we cannot like reborn as like cursed. So maybe the ending are really, maybe I want these like Francis Flame endings. So that is why I'm kinda obsessed about Francis Flame, and that is why I'm upset about there is no way to use Francis Flame in any of the DLCs. Even if they have like whole section about Francis Flame, and even have like a lot of Francis Flame have as their like one of the optional bosses. Like why we can like burn shadow tree? Like, I don't know. There is so much wasted potential I kinda hoped for, but never utilized, and it kinda saddens me a lot. Right. I think... Right, bosses retrospect. Bail. Honestly, this was like amazing. Like, cause you bail, I will make you rue this day. Like, with a like what was it? With a like a hail of harpoons, with every last drop of this being like the how you find Egon from this area, like agonizing man, into this hidden cave, the dragon's pit, and you kill a dragon's like Asian dragon man, and gain this weapon, the dragon killing katana, the dragon hunter's great katana, and you, as you like set foot into like Jagged Peak, you kill a drake, and you kill like basically all the dragons that is going into the Bale, and Egon was like in there like cheering for us, like, you are the Drake warrior, and he was too like be how should I say, too in agony because of the Bale's curse and like his damage. So he wishes to have his last fight with the Bale. So like the whole storyline that is start from the finding a random screaming person in the plateau, and finding him into the journey by slaying all of the drakes, and like summoning him into like this spectacle of the fight, was just simply amazing in my opinion. The fight itself is, of course, there is something, is always like, there is something to be how should I say it, upgraded, uplooted for. Maybe there is some like room for improvement in terms of like fight and scaling, but I thoroughly enjoy this fight by using the weapon that is meant to kill drakes, and it was really amazing. Speaking about the dragons, and speaking about Deolia, there is one interaction I missed. So, the Deolia's concoction once said it is like potent enough to make the ancient dragon to sleep, right? And the dragon priestess you met from here is actually an ancient dragon. It is named, where was it? Florisax, I think. Yeah, this one. Yeah, weapon of the dragon commune priestess, a dragon stone hammer resembling an ancient flower. Like, not this one, but there was like, the dragon heart, right? Right, this one. The priestess was once an ancient dragon herself, a sacrifice that formed for a feeble flesh to aid in destruction of Baal the Dread. So this, like, the sub-story behind the thing is very interesting because you know the Placidusax, the ancient dragon lord, okay, is once like a dragon lord that in a place of Elden Ring, like as of right now, because as you can see, like he's like the dragon lord, and he was in the position of like Elden Lord before the Golden Order invaded. So he was like in all powerful positions, and there was a rival. There was dragons and there was drakes. The dragons and drakes, and they're like racial difference is kinda debatable, but usually drake is like four-legged dragon that's like dwells in the land, where dragons are like two-legged. I know this wyvern. Dragons are four-legged with the wings that can fly around, and drakes are more like no-winged dragon that in the ground. That was like the general. No, was that a worm? Anyways, I'm not expert in dragons, but there was like two factions, that is like two great factions, that is drakes and dragons, and once the dragon lord Placidusax have been shunned by Golden Order and have to fled into where he dwells right now, where times and space are like stopped. The veil, the dreadful veil, the lord of the drakes, kinda invaded him to like wound his flesh. So Veil lost his like both of his wings and a leg. And if the like the modelers, the model finders, the data miners kinda shown that if you see like Veil's model, you can actually see there is like head of Placidusax still biting into the Veil's body. Like the necks, like from the backs and all of the other stuff. So the kind of like details of where the Placidusax, the head went, is kind of explained in this area. So the kind of Drake versus Dragon subplot and sub-story was really interesting. And I really thought I could use Theolis concoction to bail, but it was about sleep, right? And the Dragon Priestess that reside over here offers prayers to her lord, Dragon Placidusax, every night, that his lord can like sleep in peace, but she cannot be sleep. So that is like her a thing to do. But if you like secretly come here at night and like feed her the Theolis potion, which is potent to make the most strongest dragon fall asleep, you can actually make Placidusax abandon her. So, and then you can use like Iris of Occultations and Iris of Grace to whether make her into your summons or like get her incantations. Yeah. So it was kinda bummers that we had to use the Theolius concoction into like on NPC that is not hostile. Yeah. So that was also one interaction I missed, because I stupidly drink the concoction in front of Theolie who wished to leave. Yeah. So it was kinda sad in my opinion that I couldn't get any of like her how should I say it? But I think I chose it right, because this one was like the one of the believers that believes that her Lord Placidus Sex will one day somehow like somehow can like gain the status of like the dragon elder god, but possibly like sleeping her with like sleeping pills and like make her lord abandons her so we can like get her equipment and like be her lord is kind of like scummy things to do in my opinion. So I'm kind of glad I missed that interaction. Anyways, yeah. But the fight that leads to Abel the Dread was really amazing. And this was albeit linear, but it was really enjoyable little instance dungeon. I think this whole area can be considered as like a instance dungeon. Like this whole like story about drakes, about getting like dragon killing weapons. It was really amazing. What other bosses right. Mirala. If the dancing dragon, the ancient dancing dragons teach you the way of like unlocking your cameras and stuff, the Redala actually teaches you about how this DLC is supposed to work. Cause many other people kinda pointed out that if you are like instinctively go after like 3 or 4 flurries, like 2, 3, 4. Okay, that is 5. 1, 2. Yeah, bosses usually do these attacks and like have some kind of openings that you can like exploit. So you can like stagger the bosses or you can like blitz block the bosses. But Renala was the one who kept going like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, like 1 like this to this one to like, yeah, she has like 6 flurry of the attacks that we have to like dodge perfectly to gain like 1 attack burst of like openings that you have to like exploit by like breaking a stance. But I learned from that if you use the correct tiers, which I aforementioned, the hardened tiers. So if you use, where was it? Yeah, if you use deflecting hard tier, you can like perfect guard and perfect parry, like the Renala's like last attack, and you can like do kind of like riposte or like guard counter, yeah, by not taking any damage. So you can, so if you use these mechanics, you only have to like dodge for like 4 times to like Renala's dodge, and you can like perfect guard and like do like a stance breaking attack, and you can have like more openings about like having like critical attacks for like riposte and like shoving or like one more ratio worse. So it was really like lamenting that I was kind of coward that skipped the first field boss and didn't get the deflecting hard here. So, and definitely the boss I really want to rematch is Verala. Although she's kind of the boss that doesn't need to be fought. She can be easily like bypassed by using like the spirit springs and get into this one. But I highly recommend like fighting with her and like trying to do like puppet god from that the hard tiers is like definitely worth it in my opinion. So yeah, Valhalla was a cool fight. That it was shame that I was went in with like the whole strength build. That I only thing I could do was like dodge all of his attacks and jump attack. And that was like all I can do, all I could do in that situation. So it was like kinda sad that I haven't been using the other weapons in this one. Yeah, in this DLC. So if I can ever rematch with Vedala, I will happily rematch with Vedala with like all the new weapons that I gathered. Yeah. And all the new tactics I can use against her. So maybe we could use that sort of thing against Malenia, maybe, yeah. I want to build this one, the Milady, and maybe like Leather Sword if I want like holy damage. But yeah, I want to build up this one with like the guarding mechanism, the puppet guard, to fight against Malenia. And I think Malenia should be like the next boss I should be fighting to complete the Millicent quest. Yeah. So this stream I was kinda talking a lot more than usual, and being retrospective and being passionate about something is kinda tiring. So I think I want to stop it after I pointing some other points of it. And yeah, I wanted to do a little bit of like main game progress, but I kinda lost the motivation to finish the main game since I heard there is no connection like lore wise, story wise. Like I really thought we could like get Michaela something and like present to Malenia so she can be at peace. But Malenia is also the one who got manipulated by Michaela to send Radan into the Shadow Realm. So like, I don't know. So yeah, it is kinda for me. It is straightforward as of right now. I have to kill Michaela. Not Michaela, Malenia. I have to do Fire Giant and teleport it into Farum Azula to kill a Gaskin duo and a Malekith. And for that, I think I want to use the Milady and the deflecting combo by Malenia. I want to try a little bit of like finesse against Malenia. Yep. And for the Fire Giant, I'll be probably using the backhand blade and bleed setup so I can quickly done with it. And for the God Skin Duo, I think I mentioned before, but I will be using these two, the Velvet Sword of Saint Trina and the Sword of Saint Trina, which will slip them. And with this one, this weapon, you can explode that status to deal massive damage. So I'm looking forward to that fight. So yes, I will be maybe I don't think I can finish the base game into in one stream since there is millennia. If there was like no millennia, I think we can like do in one stream, going Fire Giant, Askindio, Malekith, Horaru, and Radagon and Elden Beast. But since there is millennia and that will like take my at least 4 hours of my time, I think next time we can do like millennia and the Fire Giant, and we can prep for, because all of the upgrade materials that you can get is like here, and the foot of here. The Somber Smithing Stone 4 for like the Smithing Stone 4 is locked behind Gaskin Duo, and the Somber is, you can like find it here. Yeah, but like, yeah. So I think that is all for now about retrospective of DLC and bosses that I all explained in my perspective, and I kinda parroting the thing I learned from all of the other lore digesting videos. But yeah, I enjoyed DLC as a whole, but I expected too much, I think. I expected a lot to be more explained thoroughly and have like spectacular ending that have like multiple choices that can affect the main game. But the DLC being like completely, how should I put it? Completely secluded area that is different from the main game was kinda disappointing, honestly. And a lack of like choices you can make was kinda uninteresting. It was kinda linear, in my opinion. Yeah, if you skip all of the, like, if you skip Bale, if you skip Mitra, if you skip those ruins, if you skip like Commander Gaius, if you skip anything, you can, like, I think you go from here, you skip Redala, you Mesmer, you do a Romania, and you can you can burn the thing, you can go like straight to the Radan. Yeah, not doing any of the other stuff. You can do, let's count it, from here. You don't have to do Renala. You don't have to do Divine Beast. So you can go straight to Mesmer. Okay, to get the kindling. And you can go straight to this area, to Romania. Romania. Okay, so this boss, and you can burn the seed thing, a ceiling tree. You can teleport into any realm, and then you progress the thing, and that is like all. So you have to like fight 2 boss and 1 NPC encounter to reach the last boss. I mean, that's like, I don't know. I definitely missed a lot of things in my first run, like blind run. But if I ever do like a second run of the DLC, I'd like to do like getting all of the things I missed. But fortunately, I didn't miss that much. Yeah. And with that Final thoughts. That ticks off all of the things I wanted to say about the DLC and the games. So it is time to get back into the main game with the lady to go against Malenia. So for now we can go into plus 20, plus 18, but we need 7 and 8, but we can farm those from the Fire Knight, so that would be no problem. Level wise, I think I'm too over leveled to do Malenia, but I need over levelness to, I don't know, like go against Malenia. Yeah. So I will be definitely using some new DLC things to go against Malenia next stream. Whenever that would be, yeah. And then Fire Giant, and then Pharaoh Masula, and then endings. Yeah, maximum I can do Malenia, Fire Giant, and get the Somber like stones, maybe Gaskin Duos in one setting, and we can do Malekith, Horaru, Radagon, and Elden Beast in another stream. Yeah. It is kinda sad that we have to end the game without any DLC implications. No voice line, no nothing. But I totally enjoyed the DLC and I followed many of the things I hoped for, and many of the things was answered. So I'm kinda happy but also kinda conflicted. But I think it is my fault that I wanted too much. Yep. So with that final thought aside, I don't think there is another thing to say. Yeah. The DLC is quite contained. The DLC is completely like separate game, in my opinion. It have like its own scaling system. It have like no consequences in any like main game things. You can like communicate with like main, like I at least thought the Gideon of Nir would have like new voice lines about Mikela and stuff, since I don't know, was about Mikela. And maybe Jaren and the other like Redmain followers would have another thing to say about Radan, since he was like I don't know, resurrected and died. Right, so yeah, I didn't miss a lot, but I missed a lot. That is my conclusion. And I will be happily using all of the arsenals that I gleaned from the DLC to get through the main game as for right now. Yeah, since that was like non-stop talking about like how many hours I have streamed. Okay, almost 6 hours. Like, yeah. I was too immersed about my like memories about the DLC and the fight that I cannot like stop talking about it. It was all amazing areas that just didn't connect it into one. It was good DLC, but it still have like bitter taste in my mouth that we could have been given more. Many of the entanglement inside my head about the roar has been untangled. but that thread that untangled leads me into another like line of questions that I question myself. So yes, it was amazing DLC without I don't know. As you can like see from the other streams, I'm really like bad at finishing the sentence and my thoughts. So maybe I could have like the final saying about the DLC. What have been promised is been delivered, but we have hoped more, and hopefully that will be delivered by future DLCs. Yeah, that is my final one word to describe the DLC. It untangled so many things that was questioned in the main game and found so many secrets that was so intriguing and amazing. But again, that also brought me into wondering what's next, what's more. So I really hope there is like second DLC, third DLC that can explain much more about. Maybe we can like have like Dragon DLC about time travels. Maybe we can have like Saint Trina's What If DLC, like the Dreamland DLC. And what if we can like have a cosmic horror DLC about like the fingers and like the French flame. We can have a cosmic horror DLC, or we can have like human drama DLC where like we can like relive this like shatterings, like fight as like a soldier in the like shatterings to fight in a factions that like in the fight of like I don't know, like Godric's factions maybe, or like Morgoth's factions to defend the Rindale. Many interesting implications and many interesting things we can glean from this DLC, and I hope, and I really hope FromSoft never run out of its creative ideas and make another amazing thing and keep making amazing things to keep us engaged. Yeah. Okay, so where should I be ending this DLC? Maybe in here. DLC was amazing journey, and I thank all of the people who was present when I was doing the DLC. Like being out and being surprised by together we surprised and be out and be shunned by like how absurd some attacks were. I really had much fun, and I will never forget fighting Radan for 8 straight hours. And I will never forget all of the other boss encounters. Yeah. I don't think when will be the last stream that I will go against Malenia and the other like base game to finish the base game to put a period to this series. But until then, I think I will be immersing myself into the more like lores of the Souls community and be educating myself. Because Souls community and their like dedication to find stuff, yeah. It was an incredible journey to watch. Thank you. Well, thank you for making this into incredible journey. Who could have thought that I have been like fighting bosses for that much hours? Like I didn't know how I like grasp my mentals. Yeah. And to publicly streaming my agony and my struggles was kind of new to me, but because all of you was like supporting me in a way of like being here, I think I was able to kind of do it. So yeah, future ones, if you are interested, please come to visit me during Millennia, Fire Giant, Laskin Duo, the Draconic Tree Sentinel Refined Malekith, and Horaru, Radagon, and Elden Beast. So yes, thank you very much for watching, and I hope we can meet again and play again together someday after, whenever that would be. I will be posting on Twitter about, well, there is not on like the fixed schedule yet, but I want to have like a finish party, like after party, when I done with all of the Elden Ring content. So yeah, if you are interested, and keep following me for the future contents. Thank you very much for today also, and I hope you have a wonderful day too. Thank you, and thanks very much. I don't know how many times I said thanks very much, but it is because I feel thankful. Yeah. So see you later. Jana.